Hi, I'm Comrade Shane, and this is a DPRK reality check. Today, I would like to give an elucidation of the political system and state organs of the DPRK. I will begin by looking at a few articles in the Constitution, starting with number 1, which states, "The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is an independent socialist state representing the interests of all the Korean people." And Article 2, "The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a revolutionary state which has inherited the brilliant traditions formed during the glorious revolutionary struggle against the imperialist aggressors and in the struggle to achieve the liberation of the homeland and the freedom and well-being of the people." And Article 3, "The Democratic People's Republic of Korea is guided in its activities by the Juche idea and the Songun idea, a world outlook centered on people, a revolutionary ideology for achieving the independence of the masses of the people." The Republic is a Juche-oriented state, which embodies the idea and leadership of Comrade Kim Il-sung, the founder of the Republic and the father of Socialist Korea. His ideas and the achievements made under his leadership are the basic guarantee for the Republic's prosperity. The socialist system of the Republic is a people-centered social system in which the masses of the working people are the masters of everything, and everything in society serves them. As seen with Article 4, the sovereignty of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea resides in the workers, peasants, soldiers, working intellectuals, and all other working people. The working people exercise state power through the representative organs, the Supreme People's Assembly, and local people's assemblies at all levels, which I will talk more about later in this video. In accordance with the nature of its socialist system, the government of the Republic defends and protects the interests of workers, peasants, intellectuals, and all other working people who have become masters of state and society, free from exploitation and oppression. Now, a common misconception I have seen made by many Marxists and other self-described communists is to say that, quote, "the DPRK removed communism or Marxism from the Constitution," or even that they took down pictures of Marx, as evidence that they have given up building communism or carrying out the revolution. This misconception, which should already be weakened by the articles I just mentioned, really falls apart when we consider that according to the Constitution, it is the fundamental revolutionary task for the government of the Republic to achieve the complete victory of socialism in the northern half of Korea by strengthening the people's power and vigorously performing the 3 revolutions: the ideological, technological, and cultural. Now allow me to pause here for a moment. Firstly, it should be understood, especially by communists, that the complete victory of socialism mentioned here means precisely the building of communism. As Marx and Lenin made clear, socialism is, after all, the lower stage of communism. The Constitution continues, "And to reunify the country on the principles of independence, peaceful reunification, and great national unity." And next, in Article 12, the Constitution says that the state shall adhere to the class line and strengthen the dictatorship of the people's democracy so as to firmly defend the people's power and socialist system against all subversive acts of hostile elements at home and abroad. In Article 13, it states that the state shall implement the mass line and apply the Shangsenri spirit and Shangsenri method to all of its activities, the spirit and method by which superiors assist their subordinates, mix with the masses to find solutions to problems, and rouse them to conscious enthusiasm by giving preference to political work with people. These two articles fortify further that DPRK is a true socialist state, which is waging the revolution to build communism. As we know, communism is an inevitable development of society. Although the ruling class and reactionaries in capitalist societies prevent its development through the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. So, in order to continue progress in social development, their dictatorship must be replaced with the dictatorship of the proletariat. And the existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat implies progress in social development and thus the building of communism, which is done by the masses, for the masses. Now, perhaps the most important aspect of a people's democratic government can be found in Article 5, which states, all state organs in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea are formed and function on the principle of democratic centralism. And Article 6. The organs of state power at all levels, from the County People's Assembly to the Supreme People's Assembly, are elected on the principle of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by a secret ballot. As should be well known to communists, democratic centralism is an organizational method applied most famously by the Bolsheviks. The rules of the Communist League and International Workmen's Association of Marx's day are based on the same general principles. However, it was Lenin who coined the term and developed the principles of a disciplined, mass, working-class political party, democracy in discussion, centralism in action. It is also referred to as proletarian democracy, and is one of the most important features of a proletarian state, if not the most important feature. Now, I will also make mention of Article 7, which says, deputies to the organs of state power at all levels have close ties with their constituents, and are accountable to them for their work. The electors may recall at any time the deputies they have elected if the latter lose trust in the former. Now, with having explained this, the most important aspect of the people's government of the DPRK, the proletarian democracy, we can easily refute and disprove the idea that Comrade Kim Jong-un is a dictator or authoritarian autocrat. Despite the mainstream imperialist mouthpiece media constantly parroting this line and conjuring up the image of a ruler who has absolute power over every aspect of society, the reality is actually quite the opposite. Firstly, the principles of democratic centralism I just outlined don't allow individual persons to make policy changes to law or strategies in execution. Furthermore, as we can see by point 5 in Article 91 of the Constitution, the Supreme People's Assembly has the authority to elect or recall the chairman of the State Affairs Commission, the position titled Supreme Leader that Comrade Kim Jong-un occupies currently. And in Article 105, we can see that Comrade Kim Jong-un is accountable to the people, as it is stated, quote, "The chairman of the State Affairs Commission of the DPRK is accountable to the SPA." What this means is Kim Jong-un really is the representative of the people, as he is accountable to them and recallable by them. So here we can see that true political power lies with the people. And so now this would be a good time to briefly mention a few of the important organs of state power in the DPRK. Power organs consist mainly of the central power organ and local power organs. The central power organ is the Supreme People's Assembly and the SPA Standing Committee during its recession. Local power organs are the People's Assemblies and committees at all levels. The Supreme People's Assembly is the supreme power organ of the Republic. It holds the highest position and authority of the Republic and exercises legislative power. Composed of elected workers and peasants, it has the power to make new laws and remove old ones, as well as to edit the nation's constitution, deliberate and approve the state budget, and report on its implementation. It can elect and recall deputies to important central organs, including the chairman of the State Affairs Commission, as I already mentioned, Comrade Kim Jong-un, but also Premier of the Cabinet, other members of the Cabinet, Prosecutor General, President of the Central Court, and so on. Meetings of the SPA happen once or twice a year. National elections happen every 5 years, and so that is the term they serve. But extraordinary meetings can be called by the Presidium or by a petition by at least 1/3 of the members of the SPA. It also has the rights to organize the important state organs. So when I say that this Supreme People's Assembly is made up of elected workers and peasants, I mean that the workers and peasants that you will find on this highest legislative body in the DPRK are ordinary street cleaners, factory workers, mill workers, and farmers, and so on. Now, the Presidium of the Supreme People's Assembly is the supreme power organ during the SPA's recession. It is the equivalent of the Central Council of the USSR, and it is an elected council of full-time politicians who handle the day-to-day operations of the state. While the SPA is not in session, it is the highest organ of state power. This Presidium does not have the authority to amend the Constitution or to introduce new major laws, aside from an instance of invasion, and even then, the priority is to try and convene an emergency meeting of the SPA. The Presidium's primary role is to carry out the decisions reached by the SPA, to supervise the various committees set up by the SPA, and to work with the local people's assemblies and with the court system. The Presidium, too, is accountable to and recallable by the Supreme People's Assembly. Now, the local people's assemblies is the local power organs and includes provincial, or the city under the direct jurisdiction, people's assemblies, cities or district people's assemblies, and county people's assemblies. It can propose bylaws and also initiate the creation of new laws to be reviewed by the SPA and elect or recall judges and other members of the court system. Workplace people's committees and through the various unions are how decisions in each workplace are determined, including distribution, needs, scheduling, etc., and how to meet state budget and planning targets, and includes the choosing and replacing of managers and supervisors. For example, if Kim Jong-un or another official on tour of the facility gave workplace criticisms of shortfalls, it is likely that a discussion in the workplace will take place, and through democratic decision-making, a strategy for solving the problems pointed out in criticism, including replacing the management team for a new one via nomination and election will take place, or some other strategies could be worked out. Now, the State Affairs Commission, formerly the National Defense Commission, is the Supreme Military Guidance Commission in the National Sovereign Organ and the General National Defense Administrative Organ. It was at the 4th plenary session of the Supreme People's Assembly in June 2016 that the National Defense Commission was officially replaced by the State Affairs Commission. The administration organs, like power organs, consist of central administration and local administration organs. Central administration organ is the cabinet, and the local administration organs are the local people's committees at all levels. The cabinet is the government of the republic, and so the premier of the cabinet is officially the head of the government, the role of which, at the time of writing this, was occupied by Comrade Pak Pong-ju. The cabinet's primary role is that of overseeing the DPRK's planned economy, and is the administrative execution body and the general state management body of the supreme organ. The cabinet carries out the laws, decrees, decisions, and orders of the SPA. It too is elected by and subordinate to the SPA. As I mentioned earlier, all organs of state power in the DPRK are elected either by the people or by their representatives in the SPA. The cabinet can adopt measures, but not new laws or constitutional amendments. Local administration organs are composed of provincial, or the city under the direct jurisdiction, people's committees, city or district people's committees, and county people's committees. And they also are the administrative executive bodies. They can adopt measures to carry out bylaws, laws, organize plans to carry out the decisions of the cabinet as to the economy. The DPRK's nature as a planned economy means that organs such as the local People's Assembly actually have much more power over the local economy than those in market economies. And as I mentioned already, although it is worth mentioning again because it is perhaps the most overlooked feature of the DPRK, that places of work are managed by an elected committee who decide how to implement the cabinet and the SPA's decree as to economic targets. This committee must be composed of at least 60% workers to avoid the council being dominated by old petty bourgeois elements. The party committee itself elects an executive committee which takes the role of the day-to-day running of the workplace, the equivalent of the presidium and the local people's committee. I will also mention that the unions are heavily encouraged and even subsidized by the DPRK government. Some examples are the General Federation of Trade Unions of Korea, the Union of Agricultural Workers of Korea, and Korean Democratic Women's Union, just to name a few. And there is even an active children's union, much to the horror of the imperialist states, which barely allow adults to have unions. This union system provides reinforcement of the dictatorship of the proletariat, allowing the people multiple democratic methods and channels to see their wishes and needs are fulfilled. Now finally, because we constantly hear how the DPRK is isolationist, let us just address the DPRK's foreign policy. The ideas underlying the DPRK's foreign relations are independence, peace, and friendship. The government of the Republic strives to further strengthen friendship and solidarity with the world's people on the basis of the ideas of independence, peace, and friendship, and to make the international community independent and democratic, and thus actively contribute to the common cause of mankind to build a free, peaceful, friendly new world free from domination and subjugation. On the principle of independence, the government of the Republic promotes friendship and cooperation with the various countries of the world and makes positive efforts to destroy the old international order of domination and subjugation. Establish a new one based on equality, justice, and fairness, and develop the South-to-South cooperation on the principle of collective self-reliance. At the same time, it makes every effort in unity with all the peace-loving peoples of the world to frustrate the aggression, interference, and disturbance of imperialists. Reduce armaments, nuclear armaments in particular, thereby meeting the desire of human beings to live in a world free from nuclear weapons and to safeguard peace and security in Asia and the rest of the world. So as we can see, DPRK is not isolationist. Any isolation they encounter is actually due to the isolating tactics of imperialists who embargo them, who sanction them, and who outright slander and lie about them in media while not offering any alternative perspectives. We don't see any Korean publications, we don't see any Korean movies on TV, not from independent Korea. DPRK's foreign relations are founded on equality, and they are not willing to deal unilaterally, because they believe that there should be no small or large parties, only equal nations who all have equality in political international affairs. Finally, before ending the video, I would like to dispel one final myth, which is the common trope that only one political party exists in the DPRK.
Pause this real quick. Let's take that down. There we go. Let's get hey, one out of two guess on is bad. There we go. sorry, Hjelmern. I didn't mean to do that to you.
That's right.
Let me see if I can turn your mic up just a little bit. I'm just gonna turn it up all the way. Give me a 1, 2.
1, 2.
That's still quiet as fuck. Jesus Christ, you weren't kidding. All right, so let's see here. First of all, let me just get this out of the way real quick. All right. Probably a couple new people in here that have no idea what we're about, but that's Pat, that's Pat, I'm Johnny. We're Subversive History. This is a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalism, and capitalist exploitation and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive, and these are the struggles we aim to illuminate. And today we have Hjelmern. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I live in Sweden. I went to DPRK in 2017. Yeah.
All right.
That's all there is to
it. So did you go as like part of like an organization or something like that?
Yeah, as part of the Swedish Korean Friendship Association.
Nice.
So, like, I mean, obviously, I don't want to just like resign you to the identity of just like the guy who went to the DPRK. Like, is there something like deeper in that, like, kind of like, were you like politically conscious before you went there? Was that a motivation of why you went there? Or was this something that you did kind of, I know that there's like some kind of like, I guess you could call it like adventure tourism, or were you already kind of like aware of, were you already like radicalized to a degree or politicized to a degree before you went?
Yeah, I would certainly say so.
Were you, have you done like, were you into like the reading of like the history of the DPRK and the Korean Peninsula as a whole prior to you going?
Yeah, I would say that too. I mean, I was like a member of the Communist Party's youth organization at the time, okay. And I've been for like I was that for like 9 years. So.
Okay. Nice.
I suppose to some extent I need to like confirm my beliefs and to see it for myself how the worst of the communist nations were doing. Yeah. Socialist nations, rather.
Is that how you met Grom?
Nah, that was before that.
Yeah. No, we've known each other for a very long time. Yeah, we met on Steam.
Very nice.
Steam. So yeah. But and then I think shortly after Hjelmern went to the DPRK. Yeah.
Okay. And what year was it that you went?
Sorry, what did you say?
What was the year that you went?
2017.
2017. Okay. And what were your expectations before you went?
I mean, it was kind of mixed.
Mixed.
On
So
one hand, all the Western media, all the stuff you read in the newspapers.
right. Because even as someone who's like read a good amount about the DPRK and the history of the Korean Peninsula, and you've acknowledged that there's media bias and all of these things, there's still like a indelible effect kind of like as a result of all the propaganda that you still kind of have like this may be something very, very messed up that I'm going to.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent. But on the other hand, I had heard all the other things from like people in the association and the party, stuff like that.
So you went with people that had already gone.
I think most of them had gone there previously. Yes.
Most of them had gone previously.
Yes.
Okay. So, well, I guess that leads to the next next question. Like, so upon arrival, what was it compared to your expectations?
I mean, it was better, I guess,
better than your expectations.
Than my biased expectations. Yes.
Had you done a good amount of international travel before going to DPRK? Like, had you seen many other countries?
I mean, I've been to like mostly Europe, I would say, just in Europe. Yeah.
Mostly Europe.
No Asian countries before that.
No.
Okay.
Did you spend any time in China before going to the DPRK?
I mean, I did. Only like 2 days.
Okay. Like 3 days.
But I have a picture of that right now. If you wanna roll.
Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah, which thing is it? Would it be? I got too many things on here. Would it be this one? No, that's the video. Would it be that one?
That's the video.
That's the video.
I think you shared a picture in the.
You should be able. He should be able to share his screen himself, right?
All right. Yeah. No, I think I just need to do this right there. Okay, there we go.
So I think this is China, right?
This is a picture in China.
Yeah.
Which airport? Shanghai.
It was through Beijing, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And they didn't immediately confiscate your camera or your phone. Oh no, wait, no, this is China. Well, I mean, it still applies, right?
Yeah. I mean, just a bit weird when we went to the terminal where the plane to the DPRK was. Everyone's looking at us.
So, and the only like real way to get into the DPRK is through China, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay. And
trains,
now, did you meet with a tour guide in China, or was it a Chinese? Like, was it a representative of the DPRK in China that ushered you in?
No.
No, it was a Chinese.
I mean, it was a Swede that went with the association.
The association.
But we met our guides later on in the country.
Was it a plane ride from China into the DPRK, or was it a train or some other thing?
We went on the plane. but we could have gone with the train if we wanted to. But
Was it a Chinese plane or was it a Korean plane?
it was a Korean plane.
What was that like? Because I mean, I feel like most people that have like the Western perspective of the DPRK probably don't even imagine that they have like a functional airport or air system of any kind. Can you describe that a little bit?
I mean, like the quality of the.
Yeah, just kind of like how it was, like how was.
Were the snacks mid or not?
It was just short flight. It was a very short flight from China to Pyongyang, so there were no snacks.
No snacks? Impressive.
Right,
Sounds
strike
impressive.
one. Strike one for Dean.
But otherwise, it was a very It was
Like no noticeable different in the plane quality or flight quality as the other planes that you took internationally.
No.
So it wasn't like a twin Cessna,
No
like,
one
you
was
know,
pushing the plane. You're saying that the Korean people didn't have to push the plane into the
Here you can
DPRK?
see here you can see the kind of planes. Air Koryo on the right there.
Oh, okay. Oh, Koryo, yeah. So I know that you said that you studied Korean history, but there was a time in Korea's history, like prior to Chosun, I think it's like the time of the Three Kingdoms, where one of them is called Goryeo, and that's actually the where the name Korea originates from, is this Goryeo kingdom, and I guess that's what they're still naming their planes after, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that, but now I do.
So there was no team of children that had to, like, you know, Flintstone style, like, run underneath the plane until it got enough speed to lift off.
Yeah.
No.
Yomni Park wasn't throwing the plane by herself or anything, you know.
They weren't, like, rewarded with, like, fresh rats or anything.
Are you positive that the plane didn't stay in one place and they merely moved fabricated images across the windows?
Are you sure you went to the
For sure.
DPRK and not a set that was, you know, just moved around the plane?
I'm pretty sure that's good.
Okay. So I guess that brings us to like the actual landing into the DPRK, which makes me want to ask, like, what were the security measures? Like, obviously every country, I've traveled to a couple countries, and every country has security measures where things get searched. You have to identify certain things. You know, whenever I've landed in another country, they make me fill out how long I'm staying, what hotel I'm staying at, when I'm leaving, do I already have my plane ticket, so on and so forth. Was there a heightened security in the DPRK, or was it somewhat standard?
I mean, I would say it's standard, if not even loose.
Okay.
So they didn't like search you to make sure you're not trying to bring in like season 1 of like Game of Thrones or like any Bibles or anything, you know, or like a like
first
Penthouse
I went
magazine.
First off, I went to you go through and you like talk to a person that checks your passport,
Right.
and he was speaking to me in Korean, and
Okay.
I was telling him I don't speak Korean, and he kept speaking to me Korean.
Oh.
So I told him again to speak Korean, and then he was like, then he sent the passport, and I was good to go. That's about it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did they have signs in English? I ask this simply because, like, as someone who travels, like, I've been through, South American airports, I've been through Indian airports and things like this. And, like, a lot of times they cater to English travel or like Western travelers of some kind to be, they'll like always have like a subtext in English. Did they have that in the DPRK? Did they have like English words around or anything?
No, not that I can.
No.
There's booming Western tourism in the DPRK. Yeah.
Wow, so there's no effort to make things easier for me in English speaking.
How dare they not cater everything around my needs?
I'm just saying this is a standard. Good, bad, or indifferent. This is a standard of many countries is to have these things.
Yeah.
I mean, like the hotel, which we can get later, is more made for Western tourists, I suppose.
So, and did you have a choice in your hotel, or was that all arranged?
That was all arranged beforehand.
Okay. And so, did you go directly from the hotel? From the airport to the hotel?
Yeah. We can go through the picture of it here.
Okay. Let's see the hotel.
Do you get to stay in the
I don't recall the exact name, but we can.
Well,
the
that's the
giant shrine.
huge one
That's
that has
the-
like
no.
that has like light up boards all the way up. Like it's like yeah.
It looks like a 1950s like Cadillac like signal on like the back of the
But
car.
it-
It's like a
it-
cone.
Yeah, but as far as I know, that one's unfinished, though, isn't it?
Is it
That's
still
what they say.
unfinished?
It's not finished,
Yeah, it is unfinished. Yeah, pretty sure because it's like, like just to some extent, it's like why do it? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I guess,
it's
yeah.
like they're not.
Yeah, I know one of the hotels are unfinished, and that's not the one we went to.
Okay.
So there's like people walking around and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is like when we rode the bus from the airport to the hotel.
And did anyone place any kind of restrictions on you for what you could do with your camera? Did they say like you can film here, you can't film here, you can only do this, you can only do that, or did you feel pretty free in how you were able to use a camera?
Yeah, there were only two occasions, which would limit my camera use. One was at the military checkpoints when we went to the border later on.
Which is standard.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's pretty.
No, and that's standard. I went through a checkpoint in Panama, and everyone said to you, "Do not film the guards. Nobody film the guards. Don't film." So that's not even like over the top for an international standard.
Yeah,
What was the other? Go ahead, Grom.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she traveled to Greece recently, and they had the sun right at the border, and she went to take a picture of it, and they lost their shit. Like they were like, "You cannot do that. Like, you have to give us your phone. We have to delete this. You can't take pictures here, right?" So that's like, yeah, that's normal, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's anywhere.
Filming military stuff is normally very faux pas in any country, really. But
Yeah.
now there was a second instance that you said in addition to that.
Yeah, it was one of like their one of the museums, I guess.
Museums.
Like in one of them, there's this. I mean, it's about the Korean War, so it's a sensitive subject.
Yeah.
So it's-
Well, even here in the United States, if you go to like the Philadelphia Museum of Art, you're not allowed to take pictures of certain things. Like there's, you know what I mean? So again, that's not particularly out of, that's not particularly unusual for like things that are like very important museums. Sometimes they do it from like a capitalistic sense. They don't want anybody to look at it unless you come there and pay to look at it. But regardless.
Pretty authoritarian that I can just take pictures of whatever I want whenever I want with my little camera phone.
Did anybody search your phone at any point, like to look at the pictures that you took or the videos that you took?
No.
No. Interesting.
was one
Let me ask. I just thought of this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, about the airport. It was also when they opened our bags to look at them, and then at the top of my bag I had all these. I had some books from books written by Stalin and Kim Jong-il. So they just looked at them. They were very pleased with what they saw. So
Yeah, I was about to say, did they give you did they give you a thumbs up on them?
Yeah.
So if I bring this with me, I'm automatically on their good side, right?
And you can
Sick.
put all the drugs below it.
I just thought to ask this. So when you were, I noticed that you're a pretty heavily tattooed guy. Did you have those tattoos when you visited, or did you get those after?
Mostly after, so I can't speak for how they would.
Okay, I wanted to gauge to see if there was like a kind of like a culture shock with how they received you with the tattoos. But you said you didn't really have them at the time.
No.
Okay. All right. So moving forward, I guess let's talk about the hotel a little bit here. How was the provisions of the hotel, the conditions, like how was everything there?
We're like skipping a lot of stuff. I feel.
Yeah, if we're going too fast, just let me know if there's relevant
yeah.
parts.
I mean, those video aspects are going to be in the other video. So
Okay, so how about you just take us through the presentation that you would want to give us? Like
Yeah.
we were, good little tourists visiting Sweden, want to know about the DPRK.
I mean, until we get to the hotel, it's just my pictures on the way.
Okay.
Here we have. I don't know what this building is. But it's a glorious building, as you can see.
Very nice building.
Oh, that's a Korean building, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is Korean in construction.
Exactly.
I have a hard. I could be wrong, okay, but I believe it was probably built after the 1950s.
Most likely.
Most likely.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. Probably built after 1953. I'm gonna go out on a limb.
Probably built after 1953.
Experts here.
Yes.
Now, is it regular just to see people walking around just about everywhere, like what appears to be like freely or unmonitored?
I mean, for sure. Like, yeah.
So, like, you know, when you stared too long at them, did they like kind of look like they panicked a little and just started walking around in a circle like a sim that, like, you know, hasn't been given any direction?
Circuiting AI robot.
Yeah. Did they
No,
do like a Skyrim sort of like, you know?
I would not say so.
Okay.
Was your
These-
interaction with the citizens limited whatsoever? Were you able to interact with the average people walking around, or was that somewhat not allowed?
I mean, since we went like with the bus everywhere on our.
Okay, so the tour guide didn't give you like food to hand them like a petting zoo,
No,
or like you were on some kind of fucking safari, right?
no.
Okay.
But you did say that I mean, because you went in the subway and stuff like that, there was a language barrier in often case that prevented like
Right.
yeah. So
Wow.
Great nosing.
How long did you stay in Pyongyang?
I mean, we stayed there for the entire period, which was 2 weeks.
Okay.
Oh damn. So in your time there, how would you compare it to like most other like European cities that most often smell like piss and, you know, carbon monoxide?
I mean, first off, there's no commercials, obviously.
Okay.
It's much cleaner and it's much. I mean, I
So-
can go like 200 meters away from here and I will see someone living in complete poverty, but I never saw that in.
Wow. So
During our time.
nobody with any like little cardboard signs in Korean asking for like, you know, change or anything?
No,
Okay.
I mean we
And-
can see the entire like
Right.
everything to speak, so I can speak for the entire country, but
Right. You know, obviously, like I'm sure that there are some places, you know, within the DPRK that, you know, are a little bit more impoverished than like, you know, the capital city, just like, you know, any other place.
Everywhere in the world.
Right, just like anywhere else in the world. You know, but like not to an extent where it's like impossible to hide it, like, you know, New York City or like, you know, Philadelphia or, you know, I don't know. I've never been to Sweden, so I don't even know what the hell your capital is. It's like Helsinki?
it's Stockholm.
Stockholm, whatever. I don't know, man. like the condition?
Dare you compare us?
syndrome?
Like the syndrome? Like
yeah, like the syndrome. Stockholm.
The Matron's Militia. Can you imagine walking down a main street and there's not an anti-abortion billboard, an ExxonMobil, and a McDonald's? Yes, I can, because I've been to Cuba a couple of times, and that is precisely how it is in Cuba also.
Can you imagine not seeing like a billboard for like, you know, jungle law, you know? Like attorney at law, where like the lawyer, it's like riding a mythical animal or something. For $500, no signature needed, you know, he can handle your divorce.
This is a great question here.
Yeah.
When you were around, did you see like a heavy police presence around of like monitoring or like, you know, surveilling or just keeping order in the streets? Was there a lot of police around?
Not really, no. I think I saw police car once. Like
Once?
outside of the traffic police, which, you know.
Traffic police? What do they need that for if there's no cars?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
But you know, all they do is stand like in the intersections and like direct where the traffic should go.
Is there enough traffic for them to be just like consistently like, you know, giving hand gestures and whatnot?
Like during the days, I guess, or like
Wait,
people go to
so-
work, people go to work, and then it's not. But in the middle of the day, there's not as much.
So you're saying they don't have traffic lights?
I mean, I'm not
Is
entirely
it-
sure, but probably not.
But no.
Not everywhere, at least.
Well, I've heard enough.
That's the mark of that's the mark of authoritarianism, when they actually have the police directing traffic exclusively, like authoritatively directing traffic of where to turn. That's doesn't sound like freedom to me.
I'm also just assuming that there's not enough vehicles to really warrant like the necessity for or traffic lights.
Mhm.
I'm assuming it was mostly like what, buses?
I mean, it's decent amount of buses, but there's also personal cars.
Okay.
Although I guess you need to be like some
How was
part to get a car.
How was the food? Was there a variety of food? Could you choose between like a good variety of things, or was the meals like predetermined?
I mean, in the hotel they were usually predetermined.
Predetermined in the hotel.
Ironically, we were often provided with Western food like spaghetti and hamburgers.
Dude, I heard about that. I think we read about that the other day, that you go to the restaurant, they give you spaghetti and hamburgers, and they're like, here you go, right? This is
I was one that told, yeah, because it's like
This is what you people eat, right?
exactly. It's so funny. It's like you like this stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like we made this for you.
We got just the
Here's
thing for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's
How
a
was the
fucking
spaghetti?
hamburger.
How was the spaghetti and hamburger in Korea?
Was it al dente?
I could not tell you. It was perfectly fine.
What about the hamburger? How does it compare to like a Big Mac
There's
or a
not
Whopper?
as much. There's not as much shit in it, I suppose, but it's perfectly fine.
Okay, so it's like a home. It was like a home cooked burger.
Yeah, exactly. But
Nice.
but speaking of the hotel, here's the hotel.
James 22, thanks for your first time in chat. We had already asked if they required people to push the plane out of China and into the DPRK, and apparently they do not. This is a shock to everyone, as I imagine it's a shock to everyone in our chat. Did you ride a train at any point?
No, but we rode the subway.
You did ride a subway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did people push it?
Not that I could see, at least.
Okay, so you hear that? It's undetermined. It could have been pushed by.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this like the main lobby of the hotel? That
Yeah,
previous picture.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And that's that looks
It's like
underwear.
a-
That looks like a fish.
Yeah, there's an aquarium in the wall.
Okay.
That's
These
the
are very
sharks.
blurry pictures. So
It's the sharks they feed the dissidents to.
Or do they also feed the dissidents to these fish? These unnamed species of striped fish.
I never saw that list, but it's entirely possible.
Okay. So no bones or or anything in there,
It's like this guy stole a propaganda post.
Throw him to the sharks.
I mean, that was in the same hotel, but
That's
I never
the same
went there
hotel.
before. At least. Yeah, and this is outside hotel.
What time of year was it that you visited, and how was the weather?
It was in August.
August. Was it hot?
Weather was it was very hot,
Oh, okay.
especially when we went down to like the border later on. It was like tropical.
Wow.
Almost.
Interesting.
Here's my room in the hotel.
Very nice. Very nice headboard.
Yes.
Was
What's
there a
the-
Bible in the
Yeah.
No, there was not.
Is there
That's an American thing. We don't have
Okay.
Bibles in our like if you go to a hotel in Sweden, you won't find a Bible there.
Yeah, that was my follow-up question. Like, do they even have those like in Sweden,
No. No, we pray to the IKEA catalog. you see.
Okay. And I assume that IKEA just, furnishes every single hotel room in Sweden.
Yeah. And it is our state religion as well. Like they're in charge of that. So
Okay. They just direct your entire economy. Got it.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can, I can. You're allowed to smoke inside.
Get out. Seriously?
You can
Pretty
smoke in the rooms.
Yes. Oh yes.
Can I vape?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think
That's-
vaping was that big of a thing back then.
I mean, like,
Did they have
it
cigarettes
was.
for purchase? Could you buy cigarettes while you were there?
I mean, yeah. I bought those
Nice. What? How's the taste compared to, you know, like a pack of Marlboros or something?
I mean, honestly, my taste, my tastings has been ruined by years of smoking. So I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, you know, I know that, like, when I went to England, you know, and I bought a pack of cigarettes there in like 2009, like, you know, there's just like a difference, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there probably was, but I didn't notice it.
Was there a television in your room?
Yeah, there was as well.
What was the TV like? What was it like? Nonstop, like mind-inducing propaganda, or was there like? Did they have like? What was it? What was the channel selection like in the DPRK hotel?
I mean, the irony is that I could watch news about how the DPRK was about to nuke Hawaii. So,
Wait. So they
I-
were they
I
were
mean-
saying we're gonna nuke Hawaii.
no, they were not. But I could
Okay.
watch like international news from.
So they
Really?
allowed international news in the DPRK hotel. You could watch other news stations.
Like
That is perhaps like so. Everything I hear about the DPRK is that it's like this absolutely isolated, like they would never allow some like Yankee imperialist news source in there or anything like that. But you're telling me that you were watching English news stations. I assume what you were saying is English, right?
Yeah.
English news stations that are actually even defaming the DPRK, talking about how they're going to attack Hawaii.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. How did the propaganda ministers let that one slip through?
I have no idea. I suppose to be fair, it's like there's probably a difference between what TV channels are in the hotel and what is.
Okay, all right, because
I guess
I was-
at least.
I was thinking, does like the average citizen in the DPRK know that like the rest of the world tries to portray them as like either mindless zealots or, you know, like
Captive
captive hostages by their own government.
slave population.
Yeah.
I suppose they are aware to some extent, but I don't think they necessarily consume Western propaganda.
Right. By the way, was there portraits at all in your hotel room?
Not in my room, no.
Okay.
No, I don't think in the hotel even, but like in other places, yes.
Really? So you didn't even see that many portraits up?
I mean, I saw this amount, but not in like the hotel.
Okay.
They didn't like know you're Swedish and like put like a portrait of the Swedish king in your room, knowing that you were gonna write, oh, it's the Swedes gonna live here, so let's put the king up.
It was
No.
them at the Swedish embassy though, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
But this is a view from my hotel room at least.
So in your hotel, were there other people? Were there other foreigners there, or was it just your group, or were there other groups of travelers as well?
Yeah, at least this time
What's up, Sean?
there were groups from all over the world, pretty much, living in the same
Okay.
hotel.
Wow, interesting.
So,
So this is the view.
Yeah, from
Oh,
the
you had a
hotel.
nice view.
now, is that building down there near the bottom? Is that like under construction or
Yeah, I think so.
okay? Not dilapidated, right?
No, I would not say
Did you
so.
see any like dilapidation or just like things that like, because when I was in Cuba, even though, you know, obviously we can contextualize all these things, there was like large portions of the city that were just like not kept up very well because it is a poor island and it's hard for them to get resources in. Were there like sections of the city that you went through that were like looked a little bit run down?
Yeah, I mean a bit, but it's like the outside of the buildings, the paint is like falling off.
It's the same exact thing in Cuba. Is like sometimes you go down the street and it looks a little run down, but then when you get inside, like everything seems like pretty up and up. But like a lot of times the outsides of buildings really need work.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the
Baldwin Ghost asks if you saw anyone eating rats, and then rats eating people, and then people eating rats.
No.
Okay. All right, understood. So I think that was a question on everyone's mind regarding the rat human consumption ratio.
It's a sick Aurora Borean cycle of, children being eaten by rats, then also eating the rats that have eaten the children.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, and here's the river outside.
You were like situated on like an island, right? Or
Yeah, pretty much.
I
Here
guess
you can see the hotel as well. The tall ass building here. It's like 64 floors. I think.
in case they needed to lock down the island filled with the foreigners.
yeah, I didn't even think about that. Put all the foreigners on an island.
How? Okay, and then did the tours? Did they plan activities for you? Was there like an agenda that was like pre-set up for you to go and see things?
Yeah, there was a schedule.
Okay.
Sort of plan that.
So how many macaroni paintings did they make you make?
Not one.
Okay.
At any point, were you allowed to like enter stores or anything like that, like a regular market or a regular store to purchase your own things?
I mean, in the hotel there was, like one main store and then all these various more obscure stores in the basement.
But nothing like outside, like no like street shops or like supermarkets or anything like that.
Not that the general public use. No.
Okay.
We went to like some store outside of that, but
Like
So I
guess-
kiosks, right?
it's mostly
Like-
used like the currency, I guess, as well.
Right, a
Like,
currency
you
issue.
choose-
You didn't have any of the what is the DPRK currency?
I can't recall that right now.
Yeah, I don't really. But you didn't receive any of that specific currency, correct?
No, we were
No.
told to bring euros and dollars.
So you wouldn't even be able to buy anything in a market anyway because you didn't have the proper currency.
No. But then again, at the airport, for example, I was gonna buy something, cigarettes, I think, and they didn't have enough change, so they gave me like some gums instead. So you can make it work.
Just barter.
What was the exchange rate like? Like did your euro buy a lot, or
Yes, certainly far more than in Sweden, at least.
okay. Because I want to know, like I'm mainly interested in those like suits that they have, like the juche fiber suits. I am very interested in buying an entire DPRK wardrobe while I'm there when I visit, and I just want to know am I going to have to break the bank in order to make that happen?
What if they just straight up don't sell you it? Are you gonna go on like a panty raid in the middle of the night to steal someone's laundry?
I will wear my finest Adidas attire and make an exchange with a citizen of the DPRK that is of a similar build and frame to me.
Did anyone was this before or after? What was the guy's name? Otto. What was the person's name? Was it Otto?
Otto Warmbier.
Was this before or after that incident that you went?
Is that the American,
Yeah.
the poster and stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like we were saying, it was at the same hotel we were saying that he stayed.
Did it already happen, or did you go before that?
It happened before I went.
Okay, so you were aware of this before you went.
Yeah.
Were you extra careful to not take like a napkin or anything like that? That wasn't yours. Were you warned about things like this, like don't touch and steal things? Was this something that was like made very apparent to you?
I mean, not necessarily. It's like, you don't steal stuff from.
Yeah, like that should just be like that should just go without saying that you shouldn't go into the buildings and steal things. But I was just curious if because of that, like that, the tour guide was like, "Listen, do not take just don't steal stuff, please."
I feel like it's one of those things, sort of like when you go to Italy, like you should just know that like you should not dance and sing in the Trevi Fountain. Like it's not like one of those things where it's just like, do we have to tell you that? Like don't steal stuff off the walls? Like
I mean, it's like the there's a bunch of these like, you know, Wikipedia historians and stuff on TikTok, right? That's like they come on with videos that are essentially like, did you know it's illegal to break the law in the DPRK? And it's like, you know,
Wow.
like yeah, don't do crime when you're abroad.
I want
Like,
you to go.
Also, thank
I
you for
want
the
you-
subscription, Dakadoon.
I want you to go to the American Congress building and steal a portrait of George Washington off the wall.
Yeah.
And I want to see what happens to
Yeah,
someone.
go to the U.S. Capitol. Just take some shit off the wall, right? Like, I don't even know if there's doing like public tours anymore, but like, you know, go do that and see how far things go. And,
go, yeah, go take a few pieces of Nancy Pelosi's mail, right?
yeah. Go take a plaque off the wall. And, like, so, has a new bookshelf asks, "Hi, did any power outages happen? Did water went off? Was constant warm water provided when using the sink and shower?"
Great question.
There were no power outages that I'm aware of, at least. So that's Mike.
What about water?
Yeah, like in the hotel at least. Like I suppose in Pyongyang overall, there was no.
Was it
problem.
warm? Was the good warm water?
Was it
I mean, like-
potable?
I suppose what I was
'Cause even-
used to say in Sweden, you can drink the water from the tap, but you're not suggested to do so in DPRK.
Yeah, but
There's also-
like-
but
US too. I don't know.
well, yeah, the US don't drink the water out of the tap in the US. But it's like, but I know that did the locals, did people there drink the tap water, right? Like,
I mean, I'm not entirely sure.
you didn't go and
'Cause-
ask anybody. It's like, did you have a taste of tap water?
I've been through India. I've even been through major cities in India, like New Delhi, where power outages were common. Like power outages happened once a day when I was in India. When I was in Guatemala, you can expect a power outage just about once a day, even in the larger cities like Guatemala City and Shella. So it's interesting that even in DPRK, which has to be one of the most like economically marginalized countries on earth, that they were able to supply water and electricity at a pretty consistent rate.
Yeah, for sure.
I think most of it comes from that like ridiculous satellite picture that keeps getting sent around. That's like just fake, you know, and that's people's perception of the DPRK. That's like South Korea completely bright and it's dark in the DPRK, and it's like that picture is doctored, right? It's fake. That's
Right.
just not how it is.
It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Now, there's some people in chat. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. As we'll see later, there's a picture when we are going to the city at night, and there's lights on like everywhere. So
Amazing. Well, that shatters the. Okay, so there's a couple questions here. Did you drink alcohol while you were there?
yeah, a bit
How
much.
was that? Was it readily available?
I mean, I could buy it like at the store for the hotel, for example.
How was it?
I mean, it was very nice.
Okay.
Okay, so it wasn't mid. It wasn't like watered down or anything, or tastes like
No.
piss. Okay.
Somebody's
Yeah, we
asking
have
if you saw any sex workers outside. I don't know.
I never encountered any, at least.
Did you try?
No, I did not.
I feel like a country that that has the history it does in terms of comfort women as they are called, that were basically forced into the sex trade. I feel like probably don't have a Western sort of grasp of that concept in a positive manner.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a complicated history.
And in Cuba also, where Cuba used to be essentially a brothel for like vacationing Americans to come and use. Cuba's very proud of the fact that prostitution used to be one of their largest employment sectors, and now it is doctors. So that would also make sense towards Korea also. I like this comment here. Is that a cop? Where is the body armor and fully automatic weapons? Is that a police officer there?
Where's her machine gun?
As we talked about previously, it's a member of the traffic police that like directs traffic. To understand.
Man, if you ever go to Peru or places like Colombia, this person would have an AK-47.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like if you wave the traffic and they drive the wrong direction, how are you going to stop them?
How
if
do you
don't have
kill
an
them? How do you execute
Yeah.
them?
just a warning shot into the passenger
Yeah.
seat, which is more like stuff you would see in like New York or like I don't know. Are Philly cops strapped?
Yeah.
Okay, so then
Philly's
yeah,
like one of the dangerous cities in the country. Yeah, absolutely, Philly cops are always strapped. In Philly, you can't go into a convenience store without there being a armed guard in there, like a private security guard that they pay for to be in there armed, because it's so dangerous.
Guarding the Snicker bars.
Guarding the Snicker bars, exactly.
So did were there any people within your group that were like, I don't know, I guess the appropriate way of phrasing this, like visibly queer, and did they experience any kind of different treatment?
I don't think anyone in our group or anyone I saw
Okay.
fit the description of like the Western queer, if you will.
Okay. So they weren't like treated in any kind of like different way or anything like that?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay.
Matron militia. When I was in Kingston, I walked past like 15 private security guys with ARs at a gas station. Yeah, when I was in Guatemala, just walking on the streets of Guatemala City, outside of like every ATM or bank, there was like non-uniformed people with shotguns just standing out there that are hired by them to watch them. So like just like openly brandishing large guns is very common in a lot of these places in Central and South America.
Oh, also, there's no like bribing going on of like the police or anything like that. There's no like hey, we gotta like pay this toll booth, like hand over like 100, or not 100, but I guess like what would be like €5 or whatever for the guy per person or anything.
No.
Okay.
No shakedowns at every checkpoint.
Right. Well, I mean, like that's a common thing.
Common thing in a lot of the world.
Yeah.
So, where do you know where you're on your way to now on this bus?
No, I think it was like during our first trip outside hotel. But we'll see.
Was there anything surprising like that you were? Was there anything that you're critical of? Like, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I know that this is probably breaking down a lot of the propaganda that you had expected. But was there anything that you got there and you were like, "Oh, this is actually really fucked up"?
I mean, not like to an extreme level. No.
Not to an extreme level.
No.
Okay. So there was nothing you went there and you were like, "This is actually very concerning, and I'm actually really changing how I feel about this place because of something very negative that I witnessed."
No, that's right. I mean, if anything, like the only change was that I would in a more positive light afterwards, compared to the Western media, I suppose.
Compared to the Western media, okay, gotcha.
It's a utopia, of course.
Right. Workers' utopia.
I mean,
it's like a country that's something else. Yeah, sorry.
It really is. I mean, because we get fed such an absurd image of the DPRK, which is like it baffles me how people buy into it because it is cartoonish. It is really cartoonish, right? But it's like so it's like, yeah, like it's with anything. It's a country. It has its problems, right, and stuff like that. But it's like we literally, it's like, oh, they think unicorns and all that. Like,
Right.
so it's like it's not that hard, I think, to like come here and be like, it's a normalized country.
Right. Like we're taught that like, oh, they believe that their great leader doesn't defecate.
Yeah.
What were the haircut variants like?
Yeah.
They're pretty varied. Let's see.
Well, here's something that maybe is a little dated at this point. I think mainly because of they had like a blight on their agriculture in like the 90s. But was there anybody that looked visibly emaciated? Right.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
Yeah, because like just for example, like when I went to India and you would go down the streets of the main city, there would be people that were so poor that they can't even afford shoes or pants. There's children with their genitals exposed walking down the street asking for money. There would be a 7-year-old girl holding a baby that would come up to you in a car and ask you for money for food and shoes. You didn't see that level of poverty while you were there.
No, certainly not.
Okay.
But then once again, I can't speak for the entire country, obviously.
Absolutely. But I was saying, I brought up New Delhi to kind of compare it to Pyongyang because these are like, who knows about the rural parts, but at least in the main city, I'm saying in New Delhi, it is right there where there's these naked children begging and things like that. You didn't see that here in Pyongyang.
No, not in Pyongyang. No.
So another interesting question, right? Considering you did not see anybody just, just latching on to the nearest rat they could find, did you see any stray cats or dogs?
Yeah, I never thought about that, but I don't think. Not that I remember, at least.
Okay. Yeah, because like if you go to like Italy, for instance, or something, you'll see stray cats fucking everywhere.
Yeah, Guatemala has tons of dogs everywhere.
Right. I believe Cuba does too.
Cuba has a ton of dogs.
Yeah, which is why.
Mostly, but not an unusual amount. If you go to Mexico, if you go to Guatemala, if you go to Cuba, like the U.S. has like this, and maybe Sweden does as well. This like very like enlightened and sanitized view of like wild animals, where like if there's wild animals in a city, they just abduct them and we'll just put them to sleep, and by that I mean euthanize them.
Right.
You don't see that in like Mexico or Guatemala.
Which is why when I defect from the U.S. to Cuba, me and my wife will set up like a doggy sanctuary for all the stray dogs.
So what is this? Do you know the background of this monument specifically? Like, obviously, I understand that this is the monument where there's the hammer and the sickle and like the paintbrush or like the writing brush. Do you know any more significance to this aside from that?
Yeah, I can't recall his name right now, but it's the unity of the classes, I suppose. The working classes.
Of the classes.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's always one of my favorite things about the DPRK symbol is that it takes the hammer and the sickle, and then it also adds the brush to acknowledge like the writer, the journalist, the painter, and everything like that. It kind of like brings that into the proletarian fold as well.
I thought it was a spear for the longest time,
dude. Same.
Or a candle, like
yes. I think it was Stalin that actually said that, like, the artist is like, the engineer of like the human soul or something to that effect. That like, they literally are creating, life as we know it for a lot of people, which goes back to like, propaganda rules everything around us, and everything that we do is propaganda in terms of like media, writing, music, art, all that stuff, is both a reflection, but also like, almost like a cyclical creation, a dialectical creation.
That's a microphone for the stream.
Yes. Maybe we should change our logo from a bird to that, but like with the podcast mic in the middle.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. It's like it's the industrial workers, it's the farmers, and then it's the Twitch streamer.
Yeah,
it's like the core of society, right?
The vanguard, the vanguard of the proletariat.
Oh my god.
Like Red Wizard, you joke, streamers of the world unite, but we're gonna do it, all right? Like me and Pat, we're on a mission, all right, and we're gonna create something out of this. And it's all funny.
Sorry.
No, please go on.
Right. Yeah, here's inside the monument. We previously saw.
Yeah, it's the ring inside of the monument that we just
saw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. There's like it's like a half circle that this is the inside of it.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
All the famous streamers from North Korea.
Yeah, exactly.
All the most famous streamers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I recognize him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jonggu, right? Or Sam, whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah. He gets super drunk and plays Fortnite. That's his thing.
Then I went to a museum of some sort.
Are you allowed to take pictures with these paintings?
Yeah, with these ones I can.
Okay, but not that next one, right?
I mean, this one too, of course. But, yeah.
No, but can you take a picture like with someone in frame with it, or does it have to be like a respectful, like full frame photo of just that painting?
I never thought of that.
Okay.
I never heard that thing.
You
I've
couldn't
heard-
get in front of it with your buddy and go like, "What's that?"
Yeah, can I do like a selfie? Yeah, can I do like a selfie between like Kim Sung or Kim Il,
Kim Il Sung. Go ahead.
Kim Il Sung and
Kim Jong Il.
and Kim Jong Il, right at Mount Pektu.
Now, because I watched a travel video to the DPRK before, and they said you're allowed to photograph the images of the leaders, but you have to get their entire body. You can't like take a picture of like half of them. Did anybody tell you this? Did anybody advise you to not take take anything other than full frame pictures is not allowed?
I know. I never heard of anything of that list.
Okay.
But I suppose it never happened either.
Yeah.
And, like,
I don't
zoom
know.
in on the gut and just take this is the gut of.
But also, no, and you're saying though, just I know I asked you this already, but I want to re-ask you. Nobody took your phone and went through all your pictures or all the footage that you took or anything?
No, nobody ever even looked at my phones.
Yeah, see, I feel like the books really like threw them through a loop, and they like just were hands off with Hjelmern because of that. So that's why I'm thinking like I'm gonna be great. I'm gonna be so good, when we go. If I just like bring like a bunch of commie literature with me, they'll be like, all right, he's on the team.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Wow. And is that fog or is that like smog?
I would say it's fog. Yeah.
Okay. Because like I know that especially at least 10 years ago, every like video or picture that you see of like urban China, they're like look at the pollution and smog, you can't even see your hand in front of your face because of the carbon dioxide. We're really
Because of the burning Muslims that are emanating from Xinjiang.
Well, that's later, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding.
That's that water park, right? Like I saw a documentary about this water park.
Yeah, Boy went to it.
No, yeah, but there's a documentary where they actually go in there and like tour it and stuff.
Ride the slides.
Yeah.
Was the water park functional when you were there?
We in this instance we already drove past it, so
okay.
It's really well.
So you didn't get to walk up to like the gate of the park and be like, look, they're all actors.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately not. There's some sort of arena, I believe.
That's where they have the fights to the death.
Yeah, the public executions. Yeah.
Right. The gladiator battles.
This is an interesting question. I assume that like within like, did you have access to Wi-Fi or any kind of mobile network the entire time you were there?
No, I had no internet at all.
Okay.
Which isn't incredibly surprising because even in Cuba, so when I'm going through India, a lot of times you're like linking up with some kind of like international network that AT&T provides or someone provides. And I imagine that AT&T doesn't cater to the DPRK very much. So it's not super surprising. That connectivity.
I mean, as far as I know, they have their own internal telephone network.
Yeah.
But I could not.
Did you see a lot of people like on the street, like on like a Huawei phone or anything, or any of like your tour guides, have like a cell phone that I assume is Huawei?
Yeah, at least my tour guides.
Okay.
I frequently saw using their cell phones.
Okay.
But I know one instance where our tour guide, the Swedish tour guide that is, on his previous trip, he had been to Mount Pektu. And from there, he was able to get on the Chinese telephone network and call home. There's always that.
And call home. Help me. Help me.
His mother was not very impressed. Really.
He called his mom. Was like, I'm in the DPRK. He didn't tell his mom he was going to the DPRK.
I mean, she knew, but I don't think she approved of his.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, whose parents, especially after the Otto Warmbier thing, like, wouldn't. I mean, especially if your parents are like not into this at all, right, and are totally willing to like watch Rachel Maddow and like just gobble that shit up. It's not that hard to believe for a parent to be like, I am terrified that something's going to happen to you because you're dumb. You're in like the country that is the most vilified in the world, and that poor young man, all he did was steal a poster, and I've seen you do worse,
Yeah.
Sure. Here we have the school children.
School children
As you can see, they're all
in uniform.
Yeah.
Well,
in
How about
the
the
indoctrination uniform,
Mhm.
not like in Japan or any other Asian country or any Catholic school or
Yeah, I was gonna say Catholic schools in the United States. Is this the what building is this? Oh, is that construction work?
Yeah, some sort of construction work.
yeah, that's the water park. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's okay. So it was under construction
Or at least maintenance. I'm not sure.
or maintenance. Right.
unlike Action Park in New Jersey, because the commie government of New Jersey closed it down.
Wasn't it because people just kept dying?
Yes.
I mean, well, yeah, but also, that's part of the fun. So it makes it interesting.
Yeah.
That's freedom.
Yeah.
Here's the
exactly.
skate park.
A skate park?
Yeah.
What?
Get the fuck out of here. Hang on a second. Back up. Right there. Do they have skateboarding?
I mean, it was not used during his time apparently, but I'd assume it's used other times.
It's just there for looks. John.
No,
Yeah.
I need there to be like a DPRK, like X Games team now.
Well, I mean, there was even there was one. I don't know if it was even the Vice dude that went there, like, or it was one of the other like Westerner big time like made videos there.
Right.
He was talking to some university students just chilling at the park, right? Like riding skateboard.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Um,
So I guess it's
Sam, we actually already addressed this. How many people did you see sleeping on the street or begging? He stated that he did not witness any of that like level of poverty. You didn't. Maybe this is a more specific question. You didn't see beggars or people sleeping on the streets?
No, I did not.
I forgot. I can just.
Is weed legal in the DPRK?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I
But
think so.
but I don't think they use it like that. Like it's for I don't know, but from what I hear, you can like go and like I mean, a lot of people grow it themselves, right? Or it just grows everywhere because it's a weed, and you can like get it in like whole grocery
Did you
bags.
smoke any weed while you were there?
No, I did not. I was asking my Swedish target about it, but
Johnny, would you break clean time to smoke weed in the DPRK if you were offered it?
Don't ask me this, man, because like I don't know. All right.
Just to say you did,
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like I have no access to like call my sponsor and be like, I don't know, man. How many opportunities am I going to get like this? This is kind of like what I was saying the other day. I think it might have been...
Honestly, I thought they would kill me if I didn't do it. You can say that to in the United States, and they'd be like, "Shit, yeah, that makes sense."
And that DPRK weed is going to be like classic like chill weed. It's going to be like strong mids. It's not going to be that like psycho fucking shit that they got today, where it's just like, I'm having a panic attack. When does this end? Like
when I was in Colombia and Peru, I chewed coca leaf and drank coca tea.
Nice,
but that's a very mild stimulant.
So this is a little unrelated, but right, this is for everybody, right? at least the people that don't do drugs. So I guess that's just me and Pat. So answer what you will. Would you, Pat, do DMT with Joe Rogan live on air?
That actually sounds way worse than doing like first of all, doing drugs on air in one of the largest platforms with a
Yes.
very a very annoying person like Joe Rogan. I mean,
Yeah, he's
you
probably
have
like
a
the
better
worst
chance of asking me, like,
person.
if you were in the jungle of Bolivia and somebody asked you to do ayahuasca or like mushrooms in the jungles of Mexico, I'd be like, yeah, I'd probably do that way before.
But with Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan can be there if we're out with like
Because like I can't imagine like a worse person to do drugs with.
yeah, it's like a nightmare blunt rotation. Like
Yeah, just one person making it like the worst possible experience on top of like this is the strongest hallucinogen like known to man.
And not only that, there's millions of people watching me do this right now. That would really cause me a great amount of discomfort.
Right. That's not a fair combo. Many of us would do bleach to avoid Joe Rogan. I'm like, I don't know. If I am advertising our stream and like for whatever reason, like we're invited on, you can maybe like,
DMT.
yeah,
It's
you
like,
can
come
baby
on my platform and talk about subversive history, but only if you smoke DMT on camera.
right,
I'd probably do it.
okay, at least we'd be in it together, like I'd just like stare at your melting face and be like, we can do this. Just look at me, ignore the goblin, just look at me.
All right, we have detracted quite significantly from.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Hjelmern, if you thought this was going to be at all like even semi-professional or something, and that it's just been nothing but endless memes, in between serious questions.
I don't mind.
Okay, I'm sorry. I probably should have said that. That like,
That's right. That's right.
Okay. So tell us about this picture.
Yeah, this is just more from the bus. Here we can see the great traffic, for example.
Okay.
Now, like, what were some of like the activities that were planned?
Oh,
Was it
shit.
just basically sightseeing, or was there anything that was more interactive than just like going and seeing the monuments and the museums?
I mean, mostly just looking at stuff.
Just looking at stuff. Okay.
Tram buses, like that's awesome. They're really good. We should have those.
We
Or
used
like
to have those in
that.
the U.S.
Yeah, those are better than the fucking battery-driven bullshit that they're putting in now. Like,
Yeah.
unironically, we should be putting those buses in instead of like the battery ones, the tech bro bullshit battery ones.
Yeah.
These are much better.
Yeah, but that would require us to like, build infrastructure to have like the wires going through the streets, and then you're putting a limit on how tall the vehicles can be on like the shared road that they'll have with these,
Well, oh yeah, there's it's that for like, is this like a bus station you're at right now, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah. So they like would get tickets there to go on like buses to go to places.
I mean, I couldn't tell you about tickets, but I guess there's some sort of fast food setup here too.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's what those are. I thought it was different companies set up.
Like
Yeah.
like a rental car mall or something.
Right.
Different companies, yeah, privately owned bus companies. We're so damaged. It's like...
We really are. Okay, so there's like a sizable amount of traffic. It's not like super congested like Manhattan or something, but I saw like a fair amount of private vehicles.
Yeah.
What
Here we have-
the population of Pyongyang is 2.87 million. So that's
quite
reasonably
a lot.
sized for sure.
Yeah.
Actually, that's pretty big. I think that's more than people that live in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Really, there's only 1.5 million. Wow. So that's actually pretty surprising.
Hmm.
Like these buildings are not as
Not as polished. Yeah.
but yeah.
These could use some work.
Right, but like if you go down to like Newark, New Jersey, you're gonna see shit that hasn't been touched up in.
If you go up to North Philly, you're going to see literally every third house is boarded up, burned out, or abandoned and being squatted by drug addicts.
Right.
Philadelphia looks like Fallujah, Iraq, more than it looks like an American city in some neighborhoods.
Are those people? Are they trying to find food in the grass, or are they just Because I remember there were stories about people like literally eating tree bark at one point because they had eaten all the grass.
Because they hated
nothing. Like throughout, I saw people cutting grass. Yeah. But as far as I know, it's their job, I suppose.
Okay.
So it's more of a, in order to keep everyone employed, I guess they have to sometimes get people to cut the grass with the scissors.
With the scissors?
That works. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No, come on.
Are you doing a funny?
That's it.
Has a new bookshelf asked, did you notice any people with makeup on or with like any kind of shiny accessories, watches, or jewelry?
Not that I like.
Registered, yeah.
There was no one that was like completely just iced out, right?
Yeah, you didn't see any Flavor Flav level jewelry or anything like that.
Yeah, J chain,
Yeah, none of that. Yeah. Are you sure? But I mean, they're not like, right?
I mean, that's the impression I got, and I talked to other people about it in my tour group.
And they said they cut it with like scissors.
I mean, yeah, I think so.
No,
I can't be 100% sure.
No shot.
Hjelmern,
No.
They were fucking with you, like 100%. They must have been fucking with you because it's like there's no way. Like I'd get it, like getting weeds out, like getting dandelions and stuff like that out of the grass. Like I get
sure.
that.
It's entirely possible they were doing that too. But,
yeah, no, they were 100% fucking with you. Like, there's no way they like make them like shoot. It's just.
So wait, actually, he brings up an excellent point. Like, did you see any kind of like landscaping going on? Like dudes on like rideable lawnmowers, weed whackers, fucking, leaf blowers and stuff.
Now that you mention it, I did not really. So.
Okay.
I guess we are seeing that right now.
So maybe. Sometimes they have to make up a few jobs too.
So you're saying there's a market for this?
I'm not saying that.
So you're saying there's a market for this? I can like make a deal with the North Korean government to be like, here we have this pushable lawnmower. It's the latest and greatest technology.
I see where you're going, Johnny, but like let me remind you that we're Swedish and we tried to do that with Volvos to the DPRK, and
right.
it didn't go very well because they have yet to pay. They like literally.
Wait, what?
Yes, like in the I think it was in the 70s, right? Like the DPRK made a deal with Sweden for like a fuckload of Volvos, right? And we sent them there, never got paid to this day.
Yeah, but that's because
still send the bill, right?
You know what? I think I see where y'all went wrong, right? What year was this?
In the 70s, I think.
Okay, well, today is the year of our Lord 2023, and I'm a private entity, right? And I feel like I'll have better luck than,
than the whole country of Sweden.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they're S70s, they're still running.
Well, yeah, like for like 100%, right? Like, did you see any Volvos when you were there?
I mean, I can't say I did, honestly.
Really?
But then again, I'm not a huge car person, so I
Gotcha.
never know.
You know how a Volvo looks like an old Volvo, like very, very blocky, like very like angles, right? Like,
I don't know, but
I would say that's a fair question. That I noticed in a couple pictures, they were fairly newer looking model of cars. So it's not like a Cuba type situation where
Yeah.
they're making vehicles that are close to a century-year old, like still running, right?
I mean, most of the vehicles I saw are modern. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's Chinese cars, like probably, right? Because I don't think they make their own cars. Like, that would be ridiculous. Because starting up your own kind of car manufacturing takes a lot of resources, and
Yeah.
Were you able to identify any kind of like Chinese companies operating in the DPRK besides, I guess, Huawei with like the phones and stuff?
No, not really. I mean, I could probably not see the difference between Chinese and Korean now.
Gotcha. That's
Language.
understandable.
Yeah.
And has a new bookshelf asks a question, but I think that because of the language barriers, that would have been difficult to try and discern.
Yeah. Here's the elevator in the hotel, by the way.
oh damn.
Doesn't say much, but it's very fancy.
Very fancy. It's like one of those upscale elevators in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Here's from the hotel again.
It is very like foggy, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, I think that was just the weather.
What is the elevation? Is it, it's a very mountainous area, the north of Korea, right?
Yeah.
So
Otherwise,
do you know the altitude? Do you know the altitude of Pyongyang?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I think while Pyongyang is relatively
Relatively.
Yeah.
Could be also, I mean, August, like humidity, like high humidity and stuff like that as well,
Here
Oh,
we're playing
damn.
bowling.
Oh, bowling alley. How was the bowling alley?
It's like any other bowling alley.
Is bowling popular in Sweden?
It's around, right?
Like, does every town have a bowling alley?
No.
Okay,
I
and it's
mean,
not that
I lived in a small town and we had a bowling alley, and then they made a big one. Bowling alleys just kind of tend to, like, I don't know, not like the US, right? Like, but it's relatively like popular. It's like one-off, take your kids to go bowling. You know what I mean?
Right.
So did they have the little things like when you get like a strike? Did it have like a little animation pop up?
I don't think so. Not that I've ever noticed.
What's the point then? What is the point?
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, one of my favorite ones is the one where the bowling pin is sniping another bowling pin driving in a car through like a Texas town. Right. I don't know if you know anything about what I'm talking about.
No.
That's right.
Hang on. Keep
How
going.
were the other people that you were traveling with? Would you say that most of the people you were traveling with had a similar outlook to the DPRK as you, or were there other people that were that felt very differently about it?
Most probably had a similar outlook.
Okay.
At least my group, most of the people there from Sweden had been there previously. So.
Oh, right.
No radical centrists and stuff like that with you in the group. Just decided to go, hey, let's take a trip down to the DPRK.
I mean, there were two people there who were like, they were not in the association. They were not like left, so to speak.
They were just
they were students of some kind, and they wanted to go there. But they were respectful to everything. So
if I could just borrow the share screen just for a second.
Yeah, sure. Do I need to close it or something?
No. You don't have to close anything. So it didn't look anything like this.
Oh my God! Are you for real?
There was nothing like this playing in the bowling alley screens after you got like a turkey.
No,
that's not real though. Like that's.
Okay,
Like,
just making sure. Just
that's not real, is it? Like, that's not an actual. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them because bowling animations are ridiculous.
just making sure, you know.
This might be a little awkward to ask now, but it's just it came up right now. What was the whole endeavor expensive?
No, not really.
No,
It's like-
because I've heard people say that it's like more expensive to travel to the DPRK than it is to like other countries because of like the amount of like tour guide centric stay that it is, that you always have to have the tour guide and everything like that. That actually to do it is quite expensive. That's not your experience.
I mean, no. Like if I would stay 2 weeks in almost
Anyway.
another country, it would likely be far more expensive.
Okay,
Not that I have like very much to compare to, but
right,
that's my experience at least.
got it.
And you know, as you can see in this picture, there are also like regular citizens playing bowling.
Yeah.
Okay, so this wasn't like a staged fun factory for the tourists to come and like be like, see how great there was. Like regular people that were just living their recreational lives as well.
Yeah, exactly.
How did like did you how did the locals react to you, like, you know, bunch of white Swedes just walking around, you know? Did you turn any heads? You know?
I mean, like if you probably looked at us, but
Yeah.
that's about it.
Didn't throw rocks at you or anything like that.
Nobody called you. Did anyone refer to you as an imperialist dog?
Yeah.
No, that did not. For
Oh,
better
yeah.
or worse.
What were the toilets like? Were they, you know, like a porcelain god, or was it like, you know,
Hole in the
little-
ground like India.
I mean, in the hotel they were like regular Western toilets,
Right.
so to speak. But at the airport, for example, they were of the more traditional kind, which is a
Okay.
hole in the ground.
Traditional.
Did they have bidets?
Traditional, and not that I'm aware of. No.
Was the toilet paper the
Two
American
ply?
flag?
What's the ply? Yeah, what's the toilet paper?
Yeah.
Just it's pretty regular toilet paper. It's most like, so.
Was this really 2017? I felt like it was longer ago.
No, it was.
I mean, ever since 2016, Grom, time has just
Yeah, just been perpetually.
Yeah.
slowing down. You know, I mean, even since COVID, it feels like time before COVID was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just like, I used to be a young man, you know what I mean?
Did anyone try to marry you? Did anyone try to solicit marriage to you?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it looks nice. Like it's like, and yeah, like a lot of activity and like a lot of like green spaces. Like,
Yeah,
a lot
and not
of
many
trees
police
and-
officers. Like I'm looking around to see like the overseers of the slave colony of the DPRK, and I just don't see a lot of it.
But also, okay, like they must, because like cutting this with scissors, like that's not. I was like, that's too much. Like they
There has
must
to
have
be
been
one,
fucking with you.
If
Like
they can make cars, they have to be able to make a
Right,
lawnmower.
there has to be like a fucking like landscaping team for this
I mean, sure. But,
with scissors. Fucking
I mean,
no,
I don't
not
know.
even scissors, nail clippers. You get
Yeah.
nail clippers. That's all
Right.
you get.
They're like in the military where they make you clean the bathroom with a toothbrush.
Well, see, there's people again. No, they're chilling. They're chilling.
Yeah, I think they're just hanging out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're just
chilling.
what was I gonna ask? So you were there for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Did you at any point see anyone being like pulled over or arrested, you know, or anything like that?
executed.
Never. No executions. nothing of the kind, honestly. Never saw that.
Right. I guess they pick them up at their home later in the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a question during nighttime. Did you see people outside?
Yeah, I mean, like fewer, of course, but some people.
But
Right.
it wasn't like a citywide curfew or like you're not allowed on the street, martial law type thing.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Did you try local snacks? I imagine you did.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, Dr. Maggot. Like,
Also, wait. Okay, Matron's Militia, Scythes, those hand-pushed rotary lawnmowers. You're telling me that the Korean people have to push the lawnmower?
oh.
See, Yoni Park was right.
There we go.
They had to push the lawnmowers.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Maybe it's one of those again that they don't have a word for it in Korea, like for internet and stuff like that. So, you know, instead of lawnmower, she substituted it with train. You know.
Yeah. The San Samika Solidarity Hour makes it. They said they build rockets. They can definitely build a lawnmower.
Yeah.
I guess
They have
when you put it like that. I guess when you put it like that.
flexing in front of an ICBM. It's like you can
Yeah.
build a lawnmower.
Is this
Okay.
an
Like, we simply
embassy?
don't have the technology.
Yeah, this is the embassy, like the few embassies.
For which countries?
I mean, I think it's like German, Britain, Sweden, and France, maybe.
Oh, Sweden has its own embassy over there.
Yeah, because we have to get paid for the Volvos.
Once we finally get paid, then we can pull out.
Yeah.
Picture is blurry, but you know, it's just
Can you talk about because you were talking about the guy like the
yeah, like we went there to talk to the Swedish ambassador, but he was not as convinced as we were about the DPRK.
Really?
So there was a brief
He was
argument.
there in the DPRK while you were there.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yo, this is not good."
He was you know, he was mostly bored, I suppose.
yeah.
He was bored.
Please take me with you. Go home.
I want to go back home to IKEA land.
They
Yeah,
keep eating me spaghetti.
exactly.
I wonder if that's why they fed you spaghetti and hamburgers, because this guy is just like, I fucking hate Korean food, and just give me something that like I
Dude,
know.
love Korean food.
So
Did you
then
eat
they just
food while you were there? Like, okay, did they have a variety of meat available? I don't know if you eat meat, but like, I'm always like curious because like they're always talking. People are always saying shortages. Did you while you were there? Did you eat a variety of foods?
Yeah, we did.
okay. So it wasn't just
Nothing.
24/7 hamburgers and spaghetti.
And now they were like, yeah, they're
I will say that while I was in Cuba, like shortages were like apparent. Like getting meat that wasn't pig, because obviously it's easy for the country to kind of sustain a population of pig that they have locally. But like beef and, you know, there was some chicken, but like beef wasn't really around. Even fish was kind of hard to come by. And then like there wasn't like very many like dessert menus, and like, you could tell that it was a country struggling with embargo, that like there wasn't much variety in the food as you would hope, or that you would see in America. In the DPRK, you said that there was a pretty significant variety.
I would say so.
I have a question about that because, like, as I said, my ex went there, and they were told to like leave their shampoo and toothpaste and stuff behind in Cuba. Were you told that? Because they
No.
were like, we need that, and they were like, just like,
Oh,
don't bring
like-
it back with you home. Just leave
Well,
it here.
no one told me to do that, but like obviously there's certain brand, like, I mean, the thing is you can go to a store in Cuba and buy shampoo. It's not like unheard of, but there's brands of shampoo that you'll never be able to get. So like one thing they were asking about like was like Doritos and Oreos and stuff like that, because it's not that they might not have food, but you can't get Doritos, you can't get Oreos. I know that the island almost always has issues with condoms. Like if you can bring condoms, if you can bring tampons, if you can bring things like that, people always need those. So
Is that because they keep adding them to their pizza?
pizza. It's for the pizzas. That's correct.
For the pizzas, okay. I'm sorry. It's April Fool's, if anything. So, like, you know.
Yeah, April Fools. This is actually all this footage has actually been of Cleveland, Ohio. None of this is in Korea.
This is just Koreatown in Cleveland, Ohio.
Hold a little gag on you guys.
Yeah.
Pull the fast one.
Could you imagine if there was a neighborhood in Cleveland that was like DPRK flags and monuments and shit?
Pretty dumb.
We asked a lot of these questions before. He said that actually he was not able to hook up to any internet while he was there.
Exactly. But there were internet there for the locals.
Right.
Yeah.
What
This is
building
actually
is
inside
this?
the hotel, yeah. Go ahead.
What
So
building?
what is it?
Oh, whoa! What is this? A dance party?
This is the hotel again. Yeah.
Oh, back same hotel.
Here's the karaoke in the hotel.
Sick.
wow.
I fucking love
Yes.
karaoke.
Yes, gotta have that.
How many people were at the karaoke?
I mean, in this case, it was just a Swedish group. So
Oh, okay. So they
Well,
didn't
well,
have
it-
locals.
Thank you
What?
for the Prime subscription, Dr. Maggot.
Oh.
What did they have like? Did they just have like Korean songs, or were you like able to go up there and go like, "Let the bodies hit the floor," like, you know, whatever?
One
right?
more time.
Yeah, what was the selection?
Did they have
like?
Daft Punk?
it was just Korean songs. Yeah.
Oh. So hey, so I don't know if this is a weird time to bring this up, but thank you, Dr. Maggot, for the subscription. If anybody notices in our channel, we have 2 to a 1,000 subscription goal. Johnny and myself have pledged that if and when we reach the 1,000 sub goal, we will go to Vietnam and stream from Vietnam. So if you're interested in sending 2 pale faces over to Vietnam, please subscribe.
How do you
Sorry about
set those goals up? Like I was looking for that. I was like,
Talk to Sebs.
uh,
We just exploit Seb's technical knowledge to make ourselves seem
Bank
proficient.
that subscribe button. Tickle that little heart and hit the follow button.
dreamer life.
Oh, sun's starting to come out a little bit here. It didn't seem very sunny for most of the time. The footage that we'd already saw.
Yes.
Can you tell us how many days in are we right now? If you could just estimate.
3, 4, maybe.
3 or 4 days. Okay. And just were you filming on a phone or did you bring an actual camera?
This is my phone. It's my phone.
This is your phone. Okay.
It's pretty decent quality.
Whoa. Maverick, thank you for the gifted sub. And Hashkush, my God, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wait, hold on. 3 tier 1 subs from Maverick, 5 gifted subs from Hashkush. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
We are on our way to Vietnam. Just wait, and we will shout you out when we are in Hanoi
Yeah.
in front of some Ho Chi Minh statue. So thank you for your support.
Wait,
Looks like-
you do realize that
Thank you,
1,000
Dr. Maggot.
1,000 subs
Yeah,
is $2,500
Right.
before taxes.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not saying that it's going to finance the entire trip. We're saying if
okay,
you do that, we'll go.
I was like, it's like
Shit. And hey, look, if we can get to 1,000, easy, but maybe we'll increase the goal and maybe that'll,
Oh, you
help.
can't move. We can't move the goalpost, dude. We
All
already.
right,
did it.
fine. We won't move the goalpost then. All right. Like, apparently, we're not allowed to do that, chat. All right. But, I also do promise that, we will have, a meet space co-stream with EJ and Luna Oi,
Yep.
right, if we're able to make it to Vietnam.
Dr. Maggot, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Listen, they still got a lot of work to do. We're at 11 of 1,000 right now. So.
Yeah. It'll be a minute, but we'll get there.
nah, someone's gonna come in here and just drop like 980 subs.
No fucking way. No shot whatsoever.
Mr. Beast, where are you?
Yeah, right.
Mr. Beast, send us to Vietnam.
We'll sell your whatever the fuck chocolate bars or whatever fucking grift it is
Yeah.
that you're doing.
Yeah.
Dr.
he
Maggot, no,
needs
we have
the-
not achieved partner just
No.
yet.
Not yet.
He
We're
needs-
trying.
He needs Mr. Beast needs child labor. You can promise to bring some children back for him to work in his factories. You know.
So not to give away too much of the game, Sansamika Solidarity Hour, we do need to figure out something so that way, like the payout, you know, or like the PayPal or whatever we're gonna have linked to like a straight up donation page isn't just linked to like one of our bank accounts, and because we like to keep things, you know.
Yeah. So we're working on that. I know that money is just burning a hole in your pocket, and I know how many people want to give us money. We should have like a Patreon set up appropriately in the next month or so, I'd say. No, you have to get not partner, affiliate.
Affiliate.
We have affiliate, but we don't have partner yet.
Yeah. And honestly, partner is like whatever at this point. Like, there's no point in it, to be honest. I'm gonna be real with you, because there's the split's the same, everything's the same. The only thing you get is more emotes, essentially.
Right. Which, you know, we have 3 of, and you know. But hey, look, I maybe I haven't said this enough to chat. If you have an idea for an emote that you would like us to have, right? Pop in that Discord, you know, and submit it into the Tenkaichi Budokai chat, you know, amphitheater that we have in there.
Do you even have a tank? Like, oh my god.
We have nothing.
Wow.
We got a Perenni.
Not even.
We don't know how to
tank.
make emotes. That's the real reason why.
I do.
Plans for non, first time in chat. Kim Il-sung emote. Oh, riding the tiger.
I think
That's pretty cool.
you mean like oh, where the hell is it? Where is it? You mean an emote like this? Plants?
Yeah, that's the Rob Rousseau one.
Yeah. I don't want to rip Rob too hard, you know. But we'll get our own. Don't you worry. Oh shit, he's riding a tiger. Wait, no, the DPRK has like a cartoon about this story that I've seen clips of, I think. Right?
But this is in front of the children's hospital, so it's entirely possible.
Yeah, no, it's like a children's cartoon.
Oh, very nice.
Pretty sure. This is where they torture the children.
Oh, yeah.
This is where they do the human experimentation to give them Akira like superpowers.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah.
Was this an active children's hospital? Was there actually children there?
Yeah. Like,
Oh, it's all just set up with props.
they are treating children over here.
Okay, so they had at least 2 children in the hospital.
Yeah.
I understand why you probably didn't take pictures of the children themselves, but I was just curious if it was like a functioning with children.
What do you mean? You're not? He's a Westerner. He's not allowed to take pictures of their children. You know, behind school fences. What? Do you know what I'm referencing, Hjelmern?
What, AOC or something?
No, there was a what would you call it? A Uyghur camp documentarian or whatever that literally just went to a Chinese school in Xinjiang and started taking pictures of the kids behind like the gates and like, you know, being like, these are indoctrination camps, and somebody goes over and he's like, why are you taking pictures of the kids?
Yeah, you get the
What
fuck
are you
out.
doing?
Yeah. Adrian Sense, get the fuck out of here, you sweaty nerd.
Sweaty nerd.
This is their classroom artist. For those who are like staying long term at the children's hospital.
Gotcha.
Oh, they gotta still go to school when they're in the hospital? That blows. I would think, like, you know, if you're in the hospital, sucks enough. Like, and then
Oh yeah, they got
while
Winnie
you're
the Pooh. They got Mickey and Minnie Mouse.
Very good stuff.
Well, I thought Winnie the Pooh would have been banned because of. Oh no, wait, that's China.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
I
surprising.
think they got the rights to, you know, from Disney.
I doubt it.
It's funny. Have you ever seen the Winnie the Pooh ride at the China Disneyland?
Do they have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dismantled.
No, that's like one of the big things. Is like I remember seeing it on Twitter. Somebody went to Disneyland in China. It was like, it's funny. You would think that this would be banned there, you know?
I love the way the DPRK disrespects Western copyright law.
Yeah.
No copyright under socialism, baby.
Yeah, you like. Good luck even trying to put something like that up in an American hospital. They would just immediately be like, sued and told to cease and desist.
Did you see anyone fishing while you were there? Did you see anybody fishing in the rivers?
No, not actively. At least.
God, what is going on here? Is this like a burning?
This painting is also in the Children's Hospital.
It's pretty intense.
Kind of graphic for children's hospital.
I mean, like, come on, like our children, they play Call of Duty. And call
Yeah, I was gonna
themselves
say they're playing Call of Duty,
Duty.
They're committing war crimes virtually.
So
Yeah.
what is this specifically?
It's like some sort of setup where surgeons in other part of the country can can provide assistance to local surgeons to help them.
Okay.
Here's the hospital again from the outside.
And that's a different little thing. It's not the kid riding the tiger. That's
Yeah.
It's something else.
Wow, yeah, that fog really cleared up. So I think that lends to the fact that it's not smog, because just a few days later, it's perfectly clear skies.
right.
Yeah.
What are those pods? What is it? Like it's like a medical pod?
I think that's the
It's
reception, right?
Nice defined calf muscle.
Sorry.
Cabs, very nice cabs.
It was like the entry to some hospital, I think.
You do a lot of cycling.
No, not sure.
Wow. Like in comparison to some of those other buildings, like these medical buildings look that's so modern and up to date. Like
That's the eye doctor right there. That's the
oh my god, it's an eye.
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
Oh
Holy
shit!
shit.
It's like a theme.
Bro,
Yeah.
I want one of those. Like that
Is
look at the little entrance vestibule. Like this looks like very sophisticated modern architecture here.
so is the heart hospital in the shape of like a giant heart?
Yeah, it's like the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia where you get to walk through the heart.
Did you get to go to the gynecologist hospital?
Oh jeez.
And they have like a store on the bottom floor where you can buy glasses.
Yeah.
Wait, so they're actually like, are they offering like medical care to the tourists?
Sadly, my eye doctor is shaped like a Walmart.
But no, we were just visiting, I guess.
Okay, so it's just like, and here's our, optometrist.
Here's our awesome eye doctor.
Yeah.
Was there civilians there buying glasses?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
There's
Everyone's
there's-
just watching him. Just,
there's a guy doing some eye testing. So.
yeah.
I wonder if they asked him like, hey, we have a tourist group coming through here in a little while. Can you just be cool about it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can they see how shitty your eyesight is?
This is our blindest citizen.
Yeah. We're gonna fix it right in front of your eyes.
But yeah, as I was saying, here's everyone buying glasses, even the locals.
Santa Mika, we asked earlier, and they said that they did see when they were at the hotel. There was other tourist groups. There was people from all over the world there.
What's that? Is that some kind of like sport thing outside or?
I'm not sure what's this, but it's nice building list.
Yeah, I mean their buildings are like pretty dope.
Yeah.
I like this thing of like obviously I can't read it, but like how they put like these huge like the letters on top of the buildings. It's like I don't know, like the was just hospital, like with those huge like letterings on top of them.
Mhm.
Here they have written taxi in.
Oh, look at that taxi.
No Volvo so
In
far.
English.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying before about the whole thing with English in the international world. In Sweden, is it like that? When you go to Sweden, is there stuff in English in a lot of the establishments?
It depends. I mean, like if you go into like a restaurant, then some of them, depending on where in cities, then yeah. But it's like if you ride the trains and stuff like that, they will the announcer will repeat it in English and stuff like that. So and yeah.
And here they are preparing some sort of parade, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I've seen this parade ground before and like other footage I've seen of their like parades and their marches. This is like a pretty famous area, right?
Yeah. It's like the Kim Il-sung Square, I think it's called.
Well, it's that like what's that building? What do they do in that building though? Is that like that's not the parliament or no?
I don't know honestly.
Gotcha.
So here's a weirdly specific question. But the western coast of the DPRK is a big landing spot for migrating birds, particularly shorebirds. But to what extent seems speculated because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of data that gets out. Is there any way for a tourist to get over there or to other more natural areas?
I mean, that depends a whole lot on like the kind of trip you're doing.
Okay.
Because with the group, so it's like we go to these famous locations and we look at stuff.
Was there other tour packages that you could have chosen, or was that planning far away from where you were for your group?
That was far away from me at least. But I know that,
I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, this is through like one of those brigades, right? Like so it's like it's not like vacation, so to speak. It's like teaching kind of thing, like when my ex went to Cuba, right? That was like they were on a solidarity brigade. It was like purposely like we're gonna like learn as much as we can about Cuba and stuff like that, and then they had free time in the evening,
So San Samika Solidarity Hour, because they are so persecuted like around the globe, I think that like free travel, especially for a tourist, is probably going to be very restrictive. Restricted.
Yeah.
And then it's also, I mean, like, I don't know, it's like can also be somewhat cultural as well, because as far as I know, like for China and stuff like that, and even Japan, they tend to get vacation packages that are toured even in other countries, so it might be something different. Like we're used to kind of like going and then kind of doing our own thing, while people might have like a curated experience just in general wherever they go,
Just for the record, when you were talking about Cuba, I was completely freestyle in Cuba. Like if I wanted to go see something, I would just pay a random driver or have someone at the casa set me up with a driver. There was like no state tour or like anybody like that like watch my back or led me where to go or anything.
No. It wasn't. That's not what I mean. Like, but it wasn't like that. They lived on like a farm, and they did like farm work. Right, during the day. Then they went on like to talk to government officials and so on. So it was like all kind of like scheduled, right? But then they could like after like all that was done, like the end of the day, they could go walk around, chill. You know what I mean? Do whatever they wanted.
Right.
What did that taste like? And
is that a real snake? Is that a real snake?
Yeah. Especially Yeah,
Did you get to eat the snake at the end?
I mean, I don't know, but I did not. I drank it all at least. That's something.
Was
What
it
was it?
good?
That alcohol?
Since
What
the
type
alcohol
of
is high
alcohol?
percentage, you can the alcohol will. I mean, steak will. It won't rot at least. Since the
Yeah,
alcohol.
it's like liquor, right? Like hard liquor.
Yeah.
Snakes are very much harder than the making of this beverage. That is definitely not vegan.
Does this one come in vegan? No? Okay. Just with the snake.
I just want to know if it's like, what is it, tequila or whatever? Like, do you get to eat the worm at the end? Like, do you?
Yeah, and if you do you trip out?
I never ate steak, so I couldn't tell.
Oh, missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But watch like nobody else do it, and then it's just that this one Swedish dude that's like, "I'm gonna eat the snake." And then what the fuck are you doing?
Wait,
You're supposed to eat it.
Wait, I thought you were at like a restaurant or some outing or something. Are you just in your hotel room drinking this by yourself, the snake liquor?
At the time, yes.
He's chasing the snake.
Right, at the time, yes. That's so badass. Yeah, it's way less fog now. This is the same view, right? This is the same view that we saw before where there was all that fog. Still a little overcast, but it's pretty clearly fog and not smog.
Yeah, that just looks like a view from like Jersey City.
Here's the elevator in the hotel.
Oh, another question. Did you go to any restaurants outside the hotel?
Yeah, we did. We'll get to later.
Okay. All right.
No scooping, okay?
How was the elevator? Everything seemed it looks pretty nice and modern, right?
Did
Yeah,
you check the tag? When was it last inspected? And everything? All up to code, you know?
I didn't see that tag unfortunately. Here we are in the paper.
Oh, you were in the newspaper.
Yeah. This picture is turned upside down, obviously. But yeah.
Oh,
Pat knows what it's like to be in the newspaper of a local.
There's
What-
me with a Gandhi impersonator with a bunch of hammer and sickles in the Indian newspaper.
what did they write about you?
I don't know. I was at the Communist Party's Congress, so
Wait,
They
you
don't
don't
get-
know? You haven't like translated the
I think
Watch
I asked
it, no.
somebody- I was on the news twice. I have a news thing I can send you.
I would say, Pat, just keep the mystery alive.
Okay.
Just keep this.
they might like be slandering you hard and like
Yeah, just
straight up.
This is a
hate
Kerala.
you,
This was a
you
Kerala
know?
newspaper. It wasn't that. Yeah, I've been getting really lazy. Was that?
It's like the
That's like a
only.
bus stop again. That's all those people are waiting for, like buses.
I wonder, like, what kind of work there is. Like, what's the most like popular job in the DPRK?
That's an interesting question.
It's probably cutting grass with scissors.
Scissors, yeah. For the,
They got a lot of green areas, so you know, I feel like that's where the majority is going towards.
Because like in America, like I think like the most popular job is what, like service industry, right? Just like people being waiters and service
Yeah.
workers.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea.
and Samika Solidaria makes great points. The scissor industry is very. There's the sharpeners, there's the makers, there's inspectors of the scissors. The scissor industries to maintain that level of landscaping. The scissor industry has to be booming over there.
yeah.
So, Hjelmern, was there any clothing stores that you were able to visit?
Not really. No.
Okay.
Like there was
So
this
you're
general
not getting
store.
your suit.
I mean, I know one of our two members who had been there previously. He has one of those suits at home.
Oh,
So I
Yeah.
can get one.
Yeah.
'Cause I can get many.
Somehow.
Can somebody show me a picture? We'll do it at the end. But can you show me a picture of the suit that you're talking about?
yeah.
The standard Kim Il-sung suit. Green only.
Green only.
Yeah, I think so.
It kind of looks like scrubs. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it looks like a pajamas. Like it looks very comfortable. You know.
I like all I'm saying is that like I'm gonna wear them to work like all the time. I do technically work for the state, and I will be wearing them all the time. You know, when they ask me, like, oh, so you went to Korea? Did you go to Seoul? No.
Here's some more alcohol for those interested.
Where's
How was the
snake?
beer?
Yeah.
It's a nice frothy head.
No,
No snake in the beer.
No snake in the beer. Okay.
pretty cloudy though.
Yeah, were you sure that there's not snakes of some kind in there?
Was it like a cider, or was it like hoppy? I don't know anything about beer, so you know.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I don't know anything either. So
Oh, all right.
Was it good though? Do you remember? Was it tasty?
yeah, I mean, it's perfectly fine compared to
Here-
Swedish.
Is there anybody from Colorado that cares to weigh in and ask questions about the beer?
And there's during night.
Okay. Which brings us to the next question. How was the nightlife?
I mean, due to our touring situation, we didn't like. I mean, in the hotel there was the karaoke bar and stuff like that.
Right.
It's not like we went outside in the town during night.
Right.
You didn't get to hit the streets and you know.
So, there's it.
Is that
Is it a video game?
Minecraft?
It's StarCraft.
Yeah,
Minecraft, whatever. Yeah. That's the one.
Are you playing it or watching it on Twitch?
I'm watching it on TV because
They're
it's
just
like a
playing it on TV on the DPRK channels?
no, it's South Korean channel.
Ah,
Which
okay.
has, like,
Oh.
All right. Yeah.
StarCraft.
So they even allow South Korean channels.
Yeah,
It doesn't seem so censorious afterwards. After all, with a lot of the TV that you said that you saw, were you surprised to see South Korean and English like news channels?
I mean, yeah, that's why I captured it.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Here's the countryside.
Looks pretty countryside-y.
Well, that's actually like farming though. Like that
Yeah.
looks like yeah.
Grom, there's parts of New Jersey that look pretty much exactly like this.
Mm-hmm. All them cranberry bogs.
Not even just cranberries, but like, you know, corn, wheat, you know, fucking name it.
Corn milk.
Corn milk. Milk
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there wasn't any gaming LAN centers.
No, but
No.
from what I gathered, there are still people in their homes playing games. I believe I read somewhere that Counter-Strike is the most popular game.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no, I've heard that like they're just fucking god tier at that. So it looks like it's a fairly like temperate climate of flora.
Yeah, sure. Now we can get to the religion question. Here's a Buddhist temple
Oh shit!
Oh, they allow religion there.
with people practicing.
Oh wow! So that was probably surprising too, because that seems like a pretty common thing. It's a communist hellhole. It bans all religious expression, etc.
Yeah.
But just take a moment and look at that lawn and tell me.
Should we have them?
Look,
Oh, yeah, oh, there they
Yeah.
are. There they are. They are.
shit! That's a
Fuck.
mower. That's a lawnmower right there.
Is
Oh,
it?
that's a push lawnmower.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. We solved
Guys,
it.
myth busted.
Is that
Yeah.
even a push lawnmower that looks like a
No,
motor
it
operated?
is. No, it's a
Yeah, no,
motor one.
that's
No,
not
that's a little motor head on there.
No, but I'm saying
Yeah,
it could be.
yeah.
That's just big scissors.
We did it. We did it.
Well, boys,
All right. Well, that's another mystery of the DPRK
Yeah,
solved.
exactly. They have lawnmowers, folks. Okay. Oops.
I
ugh,
think it might have actually been an electric mower.
they got starving prisoners behind walls with stomachs filled with the freshly chewed grass.
Christ. So this
Is
is
it-
what, like a very Korean style of Buddhism?
I'd assume so.
Okay.
I'm no expert in Buddhism, so I can't really tell. But
Did you get to talk to any of the monks?
I mean, I saw them, but we didn't talk to them.
Okay, but did you ask like whether like so if like some dude was like, I want to do this monk Buddhism thing, they're like, oh yeah, head over there. Like, you know, is it just, or like how would a citizen of the DPRK like just get into being a monk, right?
I mean, I was talking to the tour guide about that, and about, like, I suppose religion in general. But he was saying that while they can, like, maintain the religion practice here, they are not allowed to necessarily spread it. So it's,
Well, yeah, but like spread like that because like how, I mean, because I know at least like I think it's in like Thailand with like, you know, usually people of young men, right? They spend like a trial period of being a monk, right? Like that's a thing, right? Like if I remember that right.
I'm not certain.
I mean, neither.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, I'm not entirely sure if people can join the religion if they want to.
I mean, they must join somehow, but spreading. Maybe they're not allowed to start. Like they're not allowed to like. Oh, well, we're creating our own Buddhist thing over here. It's like you have the Buddhist church or whatever of like the DPRK, just as like, you know what I mean. So maybe you're not allowed to like start your own religion or like your own sect of like a religion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
sure.
can't like have like a split, you know, or a
Yeah,
branch
yeah,
off of it. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, you can't like go and knock on your neighbor's door and be like, join my great religion, so to speak.
Join
But I
my
know there are,
Reiki.
like in those Korean towns bordering Russia, there's more. I know there's always also the Orthodox ones, for example.
Mm. Yeah.
And there's even like a Christian church somewhere. I'm pretty sure.
No Scientology in the DPRK. I don't even think Scientology is allowed to operate in Germany. I don't know if you guys have Scientology in Sweden, but
Oh yes, one of our state religions.
is it really?
No. Oh my God.
No, I don't know. Like, do you guys have any kind of restrictions on? No, because Scientology is legit banned in Germany.
No, we don't have any like Sweden is not a secular country, right? We have like our church and state are not separate. So like the Swedish Lutheran Church
Right.
is like, you know, so you have church elections and so on, and the parties are involved in that. But like then there are Catholic Church, there's, you know, like there's you're allowed to do whatever, right? But yeah.
Oh, it's not banned in Germany? I was under the impression it was banned in Germany, like outright.
It's Scientology with German characteristics.
Yeah.
There's a lot of supervision there.
Yeah, so Matron's Militia said North Korea is mostly hardiness zone 5, 6, and 7. So yeah, the climate is very similar to the northeastern coast of the U.S. So Pat, when we go, it's going to be like we're just at home, you know?
Yeah. There's only one God you're allowed to pray to in Sweden, and it's I believe that's the mayo cake.
That's the sandwich cake.
Yes,
indeed,
that
yes.
is the sandwich.
Very good. It's tasty. Yeah, Hjelmern, you're like completely like everybody's like losing their shit over sandwich cake, and it's like it's good, right?
I'm sorry. It looks fucking vile, but I am willing to eat it.
Yeah, I'd be willing to try it.
I'm not a fan, so yeah.
Why
All
you're
right.
not?
See?
Oh my god!
There we go. There it is, chat. We have now proof that another Swede, right?
I've not been indoctrinated by sandwich cake.
Grom is not, in fact, a normal Swede.
I am the authority. Okay.
Other Swedes find him strange, unnerving.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, what is that? I made it. It's sandwich cake.
Whoa!
But anyways,
Wow,
this
that's
is
a
the
wild
bottom of
monument.
unification.
That's awesome. Oh, that's a reunification monument.
Yeah.
Is that like is this like a shared road that, like, I guess when you get to the South Korean border just stops? Like,
I don't think the road is related.
okay.
That's
No, because I know that like they do have some rail lines that as far back as like the 90s, right, are they are ready to be finished to link up with the South, but due to involvement with the US, they are like legally not allowed to be joined.
yeah.
Like
Yes.
it seems like, because like what's interesting is that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but like there's a lot of this which is like socialist like symbolism and so on, right? Like like this is unification and stuff like that. But something that existed in the USSR that doesn't seem to be as prevalent in the DPRK, funnily enough, is there's not a lot of statues of like Kim Jong-un and Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-sung, like because there were statues of Stalin, Lenin, and all these people in like the USSR. But did you see a lot of like statues to like people like that, or just general kind of like socialism monuments?
I mean, I can think of like a couple of statues like that of leaders, but not very many,
Yeah,
and like not as large by any means.
Yeah.
also,
So yeah.
I don't believe there were ever actually that many statues dedicated to Stalin or of his visage. I think he was very against
No,
that.
he didn't like that. Yeah,
He didn't like that at all.
Apparently, Castro was quite against that. Also, when you're in Cuba, you see Che almost everywhere. Like Che is all over the place, like in people's homes, in restaurants, on walls. Fidel is far less present than Che is throughout most of Cuba, at least that I saw.
It's where we
yes,
have
I
it,
do.
Yeah, it does.
What is this?
There's plaques from friendship associations around,
Oh, okay.
like inserted into the unification statue.
Do you want a statue built of Grom on horseback?
Yes.
I would think we just carve into one of those Swedish mountains just a visage of Grom on the couch.
Preferably, preferably on
Grom.
indigenous land as well. Like I want mead.
Find me the holiest site of the Sami
Yeah.
people that you can find, and just carve my visage right in.
Yeah. Full body, just laying on my side seductively, right? Like covering the whole thing. Yes.
Oh,
Oh fuck!
long live the 3-point charter of the reunification of Korea! Exclamation point.
So yeah, this one is from Uganda. That's an example.
Oh yeah, no. I remember seeing something not too long ago about I don't know if it was Uganda specifically, but it was maybe Namibia or something. They have like a very close bond with the DPRK.
Yeah.
And there's also, believe it or not, I don't know if it would still be up here, but there was like a white supremacist organization in like the 90s that like tried to like set up diplomatic ties with the DPRK because the person behind it is just very unwell and had like a loose understanding of things with the DPRK.
Congo.
It's a bad picture. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Prague. I
Prague,
can say
yeah.
Prague. Yeah.
2000, it looks like.
Just outside again.
Wow.
I just love how colorful all the buildings are.
Sure.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
make these ones blue. Why not?
If I jump out for a moment just to like say goodnight to my girlfriend, yeah, can you guys pull me in again?
Yeah.
So just leave the studio and then click enter studio once you want to come back.
All right,
Yeah.
all right, cool. I will be
like-
back in like 15 minutes probably.
Yeah, that's
All
right.
right,
That's
here,
right.
I'll
Just leave it
remove
and
you
mute
right
your
now.
mic.
Is that what you
All
want?
right. Yeah.
All right.
Mute your mic. There you go.
I think that was the first like truck with stuff on it that we've seen.
What, like items?
I guess like kind of like
Like a freight? Like
yeah,
moving freight
yeah.
of some kind?
Because we see those on our like residential roads like all the fucking time.
Sure.
But, like I don't think we've seen one in any of these pictures so far.
Yeah, sure. Pretty fancy car.
Yeah, those are modern cars for sure, too. Wow, look at that
Damn.
building.
It's a bad angle.
Nah, it's all right.
This lady's like, what the fuck are you looking at? They like the umbrellas out there for the sun, huh?
Yeah.
But I would say that's a fairly common thing like across Asia, right?
I'm not sure. I know it's not a common thing in Florida.
Right.
In Florida, you just let your skin get leathery and gator-like.
Like a sofa.
Like a sofa, like a leather sofa, yeah. Sansimika, I think that was a bus stop. That looks like the other 3 times that I was like, hey, is that a bus stop? And he confirmed. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that was also a bus stop, yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep asking him the same questions over and over.
Is this also a bus stop? Is this
That's a bus stop? Oh.
It's
Oh,
a great badge.
Okay, are you doxing yourself right now? Or yeah.
Here we are on the top of the hotel. On
You're at the top of the hotel here.
There's like a restaurant that rotates.
Oh, it spins?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So, the people you were with, they were all part of the same group?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like the majority of them are probably like in the Communist Party as well.
Okay. All right.
Are
Yeah, because
they
I was
all,
going
like-
to ask.
Are they all like North Korea truthers?
More or less. More or less.
Okay.
More or less, yeah.
The nightlife we have.
Is this an American movie?
Shit, yeah, that's fucking the jackal.
Yeah, it's exactly.
What is the jackal?
It's like supposed to be based off of this guy that was a real thing, Carlos the Jackal, but it's not. I would say there was.
I like
You
I
have,
like a bunch of like Swedish people come in and they're like, we have just the thing for you. We have exactly like you didn't choose this movie, right? They just put this on.
well,
Yeah, there's radio channels you can just choose what
They're like, we have the perfect movie.
So the Carlos the Jack. Oh, 7. Holy shit!
Oh, okay. Now North DPRK is actually killing selections. Honestly, I'd be psyched if I was like, all right, we got 7 on shit.
Yeah, we're gonna watch 7 in the DPRK.
Dude, I would be so hyped.
What's in the box.
I was at a bar in Cuba and they were playing Catch Me If You Can. I watched Game of Thrones when I was in Cuba one night while I was in my casa.
You're a Game of Thrones guy. Oh wait, we've had this
Yeah, I
conversation.
watch Game of Thrones. I don't mind a little Thrones action. How's your finger? Oh wow. Whoa. Oh, okay. I was about to say, what the fuck? Yeah, that is not real snow. Where are you going down here? Is this to the subway?
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa. I feel like I've seen pictures of this before. This is such a wild subway. How far down is it?
It's farther down than the Swedish subways I've been in, at least.
It's farther or at the same?
Farther, yeah.
Yeah, because I've heard things that they dug their subway super deep because of all the bombing they experienced in the 50s, that like it's supposed to kind of double as a like a bomb shelter of sorts. Is that correct?
Yeah, to my understanding.
Yeah, and Fidel's Left Hook, Ukraine has subways that are super deep too. I've heard that, like, yeah, that it's supposed to double as like a bomb shelter. But wow, look at the inside of that subway. Let me tell you about the subways in Philadelphia. My Swedish friend. In Philadelphia, every single one of people would be outnumbered by at least 2 homeless people. There would be urine and at times feces. There would probably be some amount of hypodermic needles scattered about. Graffiti would literally just be like marker style graffiti would be just about everywhere. So this is a extremely exquisite looking subway system, probably better than I've ever experienced in the United States.
Was anyone playing like a musical instrument made maybe out of trash?
No.
Okay. How about the rats? How big were the rats?
No rats.
No rats. So no rats the size of like a small dog?
No.
Okay.
I can tell you what the subways are like in Baltimore.
So you weren't just smacked in the face as you went down that escalator with like
urine, with stale human urine,
smell of urine.
No.
Have you ever been to the U.S.?
I mean, actually, I was there when I was 7. So
Okay,
I don't remember anything.
All right, you haven't been there as like an adult.
No.
Yeah, that's correct. It's actually kind of insane that you even pay taxes.
Like, avoid it at all costs if you can.
I know.
I imagine subways are pretty nice in Sweden, right?
Not really. No.
So
Not really.
You didn't
We only
ride
have
the subway.
Yeah, we did. I didn't have any picture of it, but we rode like one station.
Okay, were you allowed to smoke?
I mean, I don't think people. I don't know.
Or is that like a rude?
Or we were allowed to, but I didn't do it because no,
Okay.
that's.
Okay.
Do not come.
Do not avoid it at all costs.
Do not come.
But yeah, in Sweden we only have subways in the capital. I haven't been there a whole lot. So. But from what I've seen, it's very. It reminds more of the American subway, shall we say?
Right.
But probably has nothing on these sweet DPRK subways.
Yeah.
Ninja Cam, where are you from again? Oh, Canada, right? You live in Canada?
Take care of your people or your infrastructure. Literal scam. Oh, I mean, yeah.
No, it's not harsh at all. If anything, that's a light description of
Yeah.
the tragedy that is our subway system.
So is that like a pond that I saw?
That is.
Okay. Yeah, those are
I
like
mean,
lilies, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, nice.
Actually, in the background, you can see the.
Oh, the Ryugyong.
Yeah.
Fucking hang on a second.
Oh, hold on. He's gonna go get it.
Right.
Yeah, it looks really beautiful now that the sun's out in the sky. Like the first couple days you were there, it looked like it was pretty gloomy, cloudy. But once that cleared up, it looks like a beautiful place. To be honest.
Probably filthy,
Yeah,
but
that's right. It's,
fellow like leftist streamer Rob Rousseau made these shirts, right? That have like the visit to the Ryugyong fucking hotel, right? And hopefully it becomes a reality one day that we can get like, a large group of, I guess what would we call DPRK truthers, right?
Yeah.
To visit the DPRK, and hopefully we get to stay at the Ryugyong hotel.
Yeah, plans. It's like every subway in any major city is like just like a breeding ground for sketchiness. They're not. You go there when you have to. Nobody really is like psyched to be on the subway. It's a dangerous and often it's a dirty and often dangerous experience.
Basura country.
I think you all kind of got bamboozled in the Revolutionary War. And since then, it's just there's just been confusion since then.
I mean, if you read Gerald Horne, yes.
That is kind of what happened. Oh wow, they got fountains in the river. It's pretty fancy. Oh wow, what is this? What is this, like theater stage?
Yeah, we were watching some kind of musical, I think.
Oh, it was like a performance. It was like a live performance.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I wonder if this is where
It's like Shen Yun.
Yeah, I don't recall the name of the performance. Yeah,
I assume it's not Shen Yun. I was just joking, but
I don't think so.
It's not necessarily being impressed. I think it's kind of just like, when you're combating like the propaganda narrative that says that they can't even like, have working subways or, eat anything but rats. And then you kind of see, these very, very like modern buildings like the I Station, and they have like, this more like, let me just put it like this. When I was in South America, when I was in Guatemala, I didn't see many like, underwater fountains and things like that operating in much of Guatemala or India.
Ninja Can, to contextualize why we are marveling at even like the most normal mundane shit like fountains in public parks, you have to understand that literally since we nearly ethnically cleansed most of the population in the north, right? I believe it was 30% of the population was murdered in the bombing campaign, and not a single building was left standing that was taller than 2 stories, right? For them to rebuild all of this infrastructure while being embargoed, while being blockaded, right, by the U.S. and sanctioned, right, and for any country, to be economically penalized by the U.S. should they do any sort of trade with the DPRK, this is something to marvel at. Like just even these simple, basic, infrastructural, things that they've accomplished.
And Subutai Sword, to be fair, I don't think you're living your best life in the North Korean countryside. I don't think you're living your best life in Pyongyang. I don't think the best life in the DPRK is necessarily living your best life. I think that there is immense economic problems, many of which are external, many of which are likely internal also, that are, I think that the DPRK could prosper far greater than it currently does throughout the entire nation. But it will require an international effort of like acceptance and, de-vilification of the DPRK on the international stage before the country as a whole can really progress. And what's so impressive is that they've been able to progress as far as they have under the immense vilification that they've existed under for the past 50 years, 60, 70 years. So that's mostly, I agree with what you're saying, but I think, obviously we have to mention the contexts there.
Yes. So I apologize, Ninja Can. I'll have the previous VODs that we've done where we went over the history of U.S. military aggression on the DPRK.
If you want to check that out on our YouTube, or I'm not sure if it's up on the YouTube yet, but
I will.
And Sansamika, like 9 people alive get to live their best lives. Yeah. Yes, Subutai Sword. North Korea actually outpaced South Korea for like many decades after the Korean War. Many people don't know that it wasn't up until like the 80s or so when, and especially in the 90s during what would be called, I don't know if they call it the special period, but obviously in Cuba it's called the special period, when the dissolution of the USSR, a lot of the very little international trade that they were able to engage with effectively ended.
It was the same with the DDR. They had higher economic growth rate than West Germany did. They started way behind West Germany, but in terms of like economic growth, they were way ahead of West Germany.
Yes, Subutai Sword. I listened to it. Pat has a lot of mixed feelings about it for completely unrelated reasons.
Yeah, no, I love Blowback. I think they're awesome. It's just that it's a sensitive subject. Maybe if you end up watching that one VOD that we did where I go over the history of Korea, I'll explain a couple times why it's such a sore subject for me.
Right. And it's also interesting that Grom brought up the fact that agriculturally, I believe you said it was the West that was had more of the agricultural arable land in
No.
Germany, or was it the
No,
East?
no. East Germany was the agricultural hub of Germany, right?
Okay.
West Germany had the majority of the industry, right?
Right.
Well,
And there was the little industry that remained, right, in East Germany
was packed up and sent to the Soviet Union, right?
basically, yes.
Right.
And East Germany as well paid reparations to the USSR, something that West Germany did not have to do to the West, right? So there was this period of time, like right in the beginning, where the USSR were a little bit like rough on like taking from East Germany until like the kind of stance on that change towards a bit more of having strong allies instead of like taking from your allies in that regard, because like and you have to realize as well, the USSR as well came out of a devastating war, right? They were
Right.
behind and stuff like that. They didn't have the resources to do like a Marshall Plan like the US did, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
But despite that, the DDR had higher economic growth than West Germany did. But yeah, it was the rural area of East Germany essentially.
So what's interesting about that is with the DPRK and South Korea, it is actually flipped. Where the North was actually the like factory manufacturing hub, and the South had a lot more of the arable agricultural, resources available.
I mean that makes sense, right? Because South they would have a more suitable climate
Right.
in the South, whereas like East and West Germany, it's like, tomato potato, right? Like, but yeah.
So, Hjelmern, what are you showing us right now?
It's like a banquet with all the international delegations.
How many delegations were present?
I don't know, honestly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is this where the prime minister was as well?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't take a picture of him, but he is supposedly somewhere over there.
You didn't get to sit with the prime minister of the DPRK.
No, I did not. The more maybe the more Korean cuisine, I guess.
You can confirm that that's not mock food, that isn't some kind of a plastic to look like food.
Yeah, I mean, I ate some of it. So.
And what happened when you ate some of it?
It was perfectly fine.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you said you got really sick. It wasn't this when you got really sick?
I mean, I did. It tasted good, at least.
It tasted good until I got horrendously ill from the food.
I mean, I was constipated beforehand, to be fair.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. It's probably the water was different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens in just about every country. That happened to me when I was in India.
Too mineral rich water.
Yeah, there's too many vitamins in it.
Yeah.
So they just they're not about like putting dividers between the urinals.
I know. It's our urinal.
Exactly.
Wow, what a fucking active country.
Did you observe any like social rules about like do they like go to the one that you're standing at right next to you, or do they leave one once it's open, right? Or
I didn't really watch anyone using the urinal.
okay, yeah, you weren't See, I would find that out, right? Because that would be
Yeah.
fascinating.
It's like everyone was smoking at the banquet went down into the bathroom to smoke.
Hell yeah.
Wait, they smoked in the bathroom?
They didn't want to smoke in the main hall, so everyone went to the bathroom to smoke.
Yeah, that's just etiquette.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
fancy, you know?
This is very fancy. Yeah.
No dick shame in the DPRK.
Yeah.
Outside.
Oh wow, that's crazy. I've seen these statues before. These are the ones that I heard that it's like you have to take a picture of the whole thing. You can't like just take a picture of their face. It has to be the entire body in one shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 7 at night, so I don't know. Who knows?
I'm
Here's
sure
the
that
huge,
picture was state approved.
Yeah, it was. There's the huge tower. I think it's called.
What is that tower for?
The Flame of Liberation.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. It's more like of these like socialisty, like, you know, because like Lenin, like, yeah, Stalin hated having like the statues, and apparently Stalin was very much against putting Lenin in the mausoleum, right? But Stalin wasn't on the committee that decided that. But one of Stalin's close friends was on the committee of the mausoleum thing, and Stalin's close friend was strictly against, so therefore we assume that Stalin as well was against the mausoleum of Lenin, right? But like,
Right.
but yeah, it's more of these like socialisty themed, you know, instead of like people in general, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it does seem like there's these like generally like revolutionary symbolisms as opposed to just like, I mean, obviously we have seen multiple statues and multiple portraits of the Kim family, but it does seem like a lot of these are kind of representative of just like the people in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, really? You didn't see anybody bathing in the river, or no?
No, nothing German,
No.
at least.
I mean, it is in an urban setting, probably.
It's more of the friendship flag, I think.
Well. And they brought them there, right? Like they had them made and brought them there, and then they put them up, right?
Yeah, as far as I know. For Victoria's leader.
Yeah.
It's from the tower.
Wait,
So,
the flame, the Juche thing?
there's an elevator. Goes up.
Ah.
This elevator.
It's like the Washington Monument.
Wow, so colorful.
Yeah.
I almost don't like it, to be honest with you, but it's interesting. It's interesting that they do.
I mean,
I'm saying
it's-
aesthetically. I'm saying
like-
aesthetically, I don't get it, but you know,
Like so what's funny about this, like the colors, like those like pastel colors, right?
Yeah.
I themed my whole stream around like very much like those colors, right? Like, you know, that green.
oh right, yeah.
But it's very like Soviet-y, like, you know, very common, like yeah, themed it around those pastel colors that are very prevalent in like, yeah. So in here, obviously, yeah.
Here we have your favorite hotel again.
The Reunion Hotel.
Nice.
Communist Easter Bunny theme.
Yeah.
I don't know if we saw this Hashkush said I've been to Lenin's mausoleum and I got yelled at by a guard holding an AK for having my hands in my pockets.
Yeah, show some goddamn respect.
I mean, yeah, I would assume that no matter what politically, like, however politically, like they disagree with Lenin, he's still like, you know, basically the founder of like modern Russia.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Here we have the hotel again.
That's where you stayed. Yeah.
Right. Personally, I love it. I love the entire aesthetic.
No, I like it. Like I like the colors. Because what else would it be? Gray,
Right.
black, white. You know, it's like
Right.
fuck it. You know.
And here we have a Swedish plaque from 1979.
Oh wow.
Dude, Keln, I president.
It's a study circle in the idea of President Kim Il Sung's huge idea.
Yeah. The study circle in President Kim Il Sung's future idea in Sweden. Maybe that's what you said. I didn't hear you.
I was trying to make it work with English.
Yeah.
Danish? I thought you were a Swede.
April Fools.
The Pyongyang International Cultural something center, I guess.
When you say picked Lenin, is that you're saying pickled, like because he's like preserved? I'm not sure. It's like he was a bank robber, a huge nerd, and then became one of those well-known people on the planet.
He's a mad poster.
Yeah.
Here's the
Yeah.
what do you call it?
What is this building?
Stamp museum, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do they have one like this? I used this in my presentation that I did about the history of Korea. Here, can I hijack the share real quick?
Go ahead.
And yes, Sabutai Sword, Stalin was the bank robber.
Yeah.
They have this stamp that commemorates the General Sherman incident, which is when an American vessel tried sailing up to Pyongyang and didn't listen to the grievances of the Chosun king, and it was burned and everyone was executed. So now it's commemorated in a stamp for the DPRK.
Oh, nice.
I want that like blown up and then like framed in my home.
Yeah.
We can go back. I'm sorry.
Stamp collections were like hot for a moment, like when I was a kid, right? So I got my dad's old stamp. I have like a bunch of Soviet stamps and stuff like that somewhere.
Nice. Is that a planetarium?
Does have a Saturn on top of it.
Yeah,
very theme based. Like
I think it's like the science center kind of thing.
It's the testicle medical center.
It's the nut doctor.
What?
Wait. They let people know their stuff outside of the DPRK?
Yeah, we're told in the West that they don't know any other place in the world.
Yeah, I've heard that the map only shows Korea and a portion of China.
Well, you know.
Sort of meeting room. And the great leaders.
So there really aren't that many portraits of them. But I assume because these are state buildings that there are portraits of them in rooms.
And also, it's the dead ones. It's not of Kim Jong-un, right? Like, you know, like how you'd expect, like for, because I know in government buildings in the U.S., it's always the current president is up there, right?
Oh,
like,
even if you're just like going to like a state building, it'll have the governor and like the two other people below him.
And then the people below them. And
No. At most, you'll only ever, if it's a state, if it's a federal building, it'll have the president, vice president, right? And then like, maybe the governor. But if it's a state building, if it's a state operated facility, it'll have the governor and then like the two people below him. I don't fucking know. I can't even name them. And yeah, like that. Yeah. The assistant to the regional lieutenant governor.
The governor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so this is like okay.
So this is like Liberty Science Center, but in the DPRK.
That's dope.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know what it is, but we have a Swedish counterpart.
Yeah, like experimentarium, like I don't know what it's called, like where kids can go and like press buttons and
Yeah.
twist doodads and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. We have one right in right outside of Jersey City in New Jersey.
Oh, bears.
Yeah, Korea has
Black bears.
some pretty vicious. I believe they're brown bears. Is that a MiG?
Yeah, it might be.
This is an interesting question. Do they pressure you to buy souvenirs?
No, not really.
No.
They don't need to pressure
where
me.
I've been in other places.
Yeah, but flag and like some replicas of the monuments.
Oh, nice.
That's about it.
Is this the DPRK Air Force?
This is their training facility.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This kind of stuff,
Oh, that's cool. Do they have like an aquarium where you can pet stingrays and stuff?
Is that Legos? Are they building Legos?
Well, it's not technically Legos. It's off-brand Legos.
How do you know? Maybe they stole Volvos from us and Lego from Denmark.
There's play Wii Sports, I think.
Hell yeah.
They're on PCs on internet.
Is this in the same place? Is that like so people can go like search stuff in like a library or?
Yeah, I mean, there's like, see by the red scarf, they are probably school kids on some sort of computer class thing, would be my guess.
What do they call it? Young pioneers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
My girlfriend used to be a pioneer in Yugoslavia.
Wow. And then what happened?
It disappeared, and she grew up.
Wow, look at all those paid actors.
Also, if you could go back to the dinosaur bones, I love dinosaurs. I just love the fact that like they have them in like the appropriate way, where like the neck is this way and not like sticking straight up.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's obviously a unicorn. Okay.
Yeah, those are unicorn bones, Johnny.
Wrong. Wrong. What's that?
It's a map.
That's a peninsula.
map.
It's a Korean peninsula.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's all that? The squares.
Look at all the
I-
bullshit all over it.
I honestly don't remember what it's supposed to be, but at least they recognize that it's one big peninsula.
Yeah.
There's a nuke.
That's a
It's a
nuke.
nuke.
It's a missile at least.
They
It's a
let you take pictures of nukes and then let you leave the country. There's another one.
So is that like a launch pad? Like if suddenly like they're under threat, is that thing like ready to go? Like,
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I don't actually think that that's an armed ballistic missile.
Like it's really cool. Like the way they designed that. Like it looks like a library, right?
Yeah.
Like there's just something about it that just like it feels a little bit pre-war Fallout. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Or computers.
Lacking in girth.
For everybody talking about how, phallic this or phallic that, the vaginal shape isn't very aerodynamic. All right. It causes a lot of like wind resistance and drag. All right.
Yeah.
It's not. We're just going by like the most efficient shape to get out of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Vaginas are not built for speed. Okay.
So yeah, then we had like scientists, technicians, and officials. We're talking about stuff.
Yeah.
And here's the leader of the Swedish-Korean Friendship Association.
Oh, it's a Swedish Korean.
This is 2017. So was that crypto thing going on at the same time as this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall exactly when it was.
Oh my God, Strin, behave.
Didn't you?
It's a building in the building.
That's the same building that we just saw the outside of, right? It's like a
Yeah.
model for it. Okay, yeah.
That's the one designed for ants.
Yeah.
There's the, I think it's pilots.
Nice.
The pilots. Did you notice any planes or helicopters going around in the sky while you were traveling?
No, never.
No.
Really.
Yeah.
That's wild. I'm near an airport and I fucking hear them all the goddamn time.
1950.
Now we're going to the best museum of them all.
This is the War Museum.
Yeah.
Did they prepare you guys in any way, being like, please be respectful, don't use flash photography or anything like that?
Not for this one. Just
Okay.
Be respectful. No Fortnite dances in the museum, please.
Oh wow! What was that guy? Did that guy start running?
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
that?
I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna get him.
Just try. Here we have all the American stuff. As you
Oh,
mentioned.
the stuff that they
Yeah.
captured.
Yeah.
There's your taxpayer money right there.
Yeah.
Sam, of course, this will go on YouTube. Yes.
More American stuff.
Yeah, once again, I apologize, chat. I've been kind of slacking on uploading, the backlog of VODs to the YouTube. I promise I'll try and get it done, like either today or
Later,
tomorrow.
Ninja. Thanks for stopping by.
So this is the Swedish, right? The Bofors.
Bufos, yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
So those are Swedish tanks?
No,
No.
the
This
anti.
gun in particular.
yeah.
It's,
So it's
it's designed in Sweden. I don't know if it's built there.
Oh,
it's Swedish ingenuity. Or
paid for with Nazi gold.
Heck yeah.
Oh, yes. We have a Sherman, I think.
Sherman
Believe
tank.
so?
Here's a more broken tank or something.
They just took it all. Like this is like some
Reserve or
like.
something.
Oh yeah, it is just. A
Oh
wreck.
wow, that's like
It
American
is.
planes they shot down.
Yeah.
I love it that they shoot down a plane and they're like, keep it. We're
Yeah.
holding on to this.
They're just flexing at this point.
Yeah.
This is just like.
Here's the bombs they have.
I mean, this is the part that, like, me and Pat are most interested in. This and also the museums that they have in Vietnam to defeating the U.S. I feel like we should just make it a point that, like, whenever we go to a country that has been invaded by the U.S., we should go to their museum celebrating their victory over the U.S.
Yeah.
There's another of the great monuments.
Yeah. Oh, there's the boat.
Here,
The boat.
yeah, the boat.
The boat.
Boat.
The US boat that was captured by North Korea in.
Oh, this is a U.S. boat.
Yeah.
What?
They captured one U.S. ship, right? and the U.S. is still asking for it back. But they're like, but the DPRK is so fucking proud of it. They're like, this one, we took it.
Get fucked.
Yeah.
You on water?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So that means they're still maintaining it to some degree to be like,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
yeah, like we want to keep this in good shape to continue to marvel at how we captured it.
Yeah, this is absolute. And the U.S. is still asking for it back. They want, like, can we have it back, please? And like,
Here's
You
the pictures from the event. Even.
Hell yeah.
it's plastered out.
Look at those losers.
Yeah.
Look at them losing.
That chat saying is the USS Pueblo. Yes.
Yeah. This is a tourist attraction. Just like...
Yes. These are the tourist attractions I'm interested in.
Here's the hotel.
Trump's favorite crowd. I prefer the ones who captured.
Yeah.
I prefer the soldiers that weren't captured.
All those POWs can kiss my ass.
We have another term for them: losers.
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 Losers. You gotta jut out the bottom teeth because you're trying to keep your dentures in.
Yeah.
Well, let's not engage in denture phobia.
I'm not trying to start.
Wow.
Shit.
So this is the War Museum we were not allowed to take pictures inside.
This is the one you could not take pictures of inside.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
But
the
like,
unicorn.
do you remember what was in there though? Like, can you talk to us?
Kind of, sort of, more the same of what was outside.
Like, oh, so just like monuments and stuff like that. Like,
Was
Yeah,
there like a GI skull in a glass case or something? Like,
That's right. I mean,
Is
it was
there an
more about
effigy
the.
of Douglas MacArthur somewhere?
No, it was more of like the war stuff, but more inside suitable stuff.
the heart of Captain America.
Yeah, this is like the only police car I've seen. I saw.
Oh wow! So you had to take a picture of it.
yeah.
Interesting. I know you mentioned
your camera work is impeccable. I must say. Like,
I
you have to go through many checkpoints throughout your time there.
No, the only time we did was when we were going to the border.
Okay, right.
We went to 1 or 2 military checkpoints.
Okay, and were they stringent? And what was it like going through them? Were they very strict?
I mean, no, we just stopped around like the guides or the bus driver, like talk to them or show them some document, I guess, and we could just proceed. More fountains.
that's like an old castle.
Nice.
Well, I was just checking the distance from Mount Pectu. I was going to ask, like, did they take you to Mount Pectu? But apparently not, I assume.
Yeah, no, I didn't go there. Just although other years, yeah, they go there. Yeah. The children swimming.
Well, then they are swimming in that.
I mean, true. I didn't think of it.
Oh, there you go.
This is where they drown all the children.
Yeah, it's like this is the calling.
And Sam, does ACAB extend to the ones in the DPRK? In my opinion, no.
In my opinion, also no.
Also, no.
Because who is dictating the laws within these countries? It's 1312. You know, who is dictating the laws right within these countries is vastly different than Sansumi Solidarity Hour answered it perfectly. They are on behalf of the proletariat and not the bourgeoisie, and then they aren't the same as our cops. Like they aren't representing, the rule of law in favor of, the owners of capital.
Yeah, these police officers won't come and drag you out of your home when you haven't paid rent. Like
Right.
it's like, you know.
And there's the joint friendship gathering.
Is this where Dennis Rodman played?
It's entirely possible.
Really?
Possible.
I mean
It's like,
that
sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say that is a full court, you know.
That's a full court. That looks regulation.
So it's just where all the international delegations met up. You know,
That's awesome. Did it feel like prom?
kind of.
Kind of.
It was just awkward because we were supposed to like play games, which
Oh, they were just like, oh, it's dodgeball.
I mean, kind of stuff like that. To, like increase our social.
Is that a Mercedes cop car?
Yeah, it looks like
It
it.
does look like an old school Benz.
Yeah, this is when we're going towards the border.
Yeah.
The border of South Korea.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Did you actually visit the DMZ?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Oh wow. Okay.
So,
Was that a Volvo, James?
No, that's not a Volvo. No, that's a Mercedes.
the
Oh
picture.
wow.
More
Yeah.
weapons, the Korean War.
It's like,
I have something pretty similar to that.
And there's like it's another museum close to the border about the Korean War.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you what I recently got.
This is the DMZ, right?
Yeah.
Was security much higher here?
Not really. Like they were checking us before. Checked us before we got into the DMC, but not in the DMC itself. To my understanding, like there's a section around the border where you're not allowed to have heavy weapons. So
Okay. Well,
you can only have like small arms.
well, here we go. Are you allowed to show guns on stream?
I think so. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, as long as it's not dangerous behavior, right? Like, you know. But also, chat, no snitching. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get to try like book it for the border?
Yeah.
We're getting there. So yeah, here's the
There's the cameras. So that's South Korea over that horizon.
It looks so
There's the
bad, so horrible.
cameras.
They got the cam. Now, somebody asked this earlier. I don't think I asked you. When you were going around Pyongyang, did you notice a lot of cameras around, or?
Yeah, I almost realized too late that I had my window open, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't need my neighbors seeing me. Fucking.
I mean, I really don't saw cameras here around the border.
Okay, yeah.
As far as
But you didn't see like the street, like, you know, like
Heavy
there was no
surveillance.
cameras at like the light
With
posts,
SKS
or
Baltimore.
buildings.
no, not that I recognize at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a
And here
little,
we
little hammer and sickle with the fleur de lis around it.
Yeah, so the goddamn LARPer.
I don't know what you want from me. Like, you know, it was a gift. I'm not going to decline it.
It was a gift from Stalin himself. You know, what do you do?
here's
I also
the
have a Narinko.
Yeah, there's the
famous border houses. You probably see
yeah. Which side are you standing on right now?
the right side.
The right side.
Goddamn right. Fucking
Or
so
the left side.
So this is where I don't think they filmed on site, but there's like a K-drama, right? About like a what's it called? Crash Into You or something, or Crashing Into Me, something like that. But it's about like two people that work on opposite sides of like the DMZ falling in love.
I'm not familiar with that.
That sounds awesome.
But it's always like there's the famous picture of where Trump and Kim Jong-un meets at this location. Just
Oh wow.
It's a Crash Landing on You. That's it. That's what it's called.
Crash Landing on You.
Yeah.
there's Inside House.
How tall were they?
The people or the house.
Yeah, I mean, because like there's like what would you call it? An urban myth or rumor that like they only send like their tallest, biggest soldiers to stand in front of the South Korean soldiers at the DMZ.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think about it. But
Tallest, biggest beer gut, so they can really like peacock, at the border.
yeah,
Big old hog can see into their pants.
they were just average height, I would say.
And they let you take pictures of these guys?
Yeah, we could go around the table, so we can be in South Korea for a few seconds.
But only for a few seconds. You lingered a little bit too long, and it's like
So the border officially goes along the microphones on the table.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's wild.
Wow. So you've been to South Korea as well, then?
Yeah.
They stamp your passport when you sat on the other side of the table.
No, they were just looking, just standing there,
So
staring.
you illegally entered South Korea.
Yeah,
Yeah. From North Korea legally. Yeah. Dope.
there's like another town that's not Pyongyang.
I just imagine like the North Korean soldiers being like, yeah, what the fuck are they gonna do?
Go for it.
What the fuck are they gonna do about it?
Run.
Get back.
And here's one of a few statues of the great leaders I've seen.
The great leaders. They are.
Nice.
But not of the living leader.
No, of the former ones.
Huh. Interesting.
There's some local cuisine.
Local cuisine.
Yeah, with different.
Is North Korean cuisine different than South Korean? Like, do they have the same kind of like bibimbap and japchae and stuff like that?
I mean, I honestly don't know much about food.
Okay.
So. I mean, we had kimchi at least.
We had kimchi. Okay, there you go.
And then this is like a museum. That's golden times.
Like feudal Korea.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
During this time when you were in a more rural environment, did you see a lot of like wildlife, like deer or anything else like that?
Not really any wildlife. No. But I suppose
mean,
that
they were in a large group. Wildlife would stay away from big
Gotcha.
groups of people.
Yeah, I guess.
Farm animals at least.
You saw farm
Cows.
animals. Yeah.
Cows, I think. Yeah.
Were they real?
I hope so. Yeah, this is like the more rural kind of towns.
Yeah. We got apartments. Like that looks nice. Like it's like, like what you'd expect,
Yeah. It's a nice little rural town.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did the farm animals look like a guy in an animal suit?
Perhaps two guys.
Yeah.
Wow, that looks amazing. That almost looks European. That almost looks like a
Yeah, like Italy or
Yeah,
Greece or
exactly.
something.
Yeah. That's so beautiful.
Here's the
I
more
just,
classic.
I wonder if it's like if there's anything special because it's like the same colors, right? It's like
Yeah.
that green, that pink, that
I wonder if
orange,
it has
that yellow. You know?
I wonder if it's any classification type thing or something like that. Like, building A, building B, building C, or something like that they color coordinated for some reason. Because it seems so interesting that they would just arbitrarily be like, this one's going to be blue.
Yeah.
But maybe it is. It could be. Also, but also like for a country that's so economically embargoed and things like that, you would think that they would like random color choices that may make it more difficult for them to obtain whatever color stucco that is, or make it or something like that. It seems like they would just work with what they have. So for them to elect to make it any of those colors, it seems like there would have to be a pretty good reason for it, right?
Yeah. It might be, pink is the nicest. So it's like you live in the green apartments.
Or I was going to say maybe those materials are cheaper because not many people use them. Maybe they get them from China, and China's like, nobody wants the blue one. Nobody wants blue buildings. So DPRK is like, we'll fucking take it.
Yeah, but again, like it's the same aesthetics, it's the same colors that they
I know. It's so
widely used in
uniform. Yeah.
the USSR.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe
And
that's
that probably
the socialist architecture. It's like
I think it has a lot to do with like aesthetically, right? Like these buildings that are being built in a very cheap but quick amount of time, right?
Functional, yeah.
Right.
Functionality over aesthetics.
And like one of the ways to kind of lighten up the kind of otherwise harsh aesthetic is to paint them a colorful, brightly colored color, maybe.
That makes sense too. Here we go. It is clear that with the city's architecture, the regime wanted to both impress and compete on an international stage. For example, world-class facilities were built for the 13th World Festival of Youth and Students in 1989. Each individual facility is shaded a different pastel hue with the slogan of "Let us turn the whole country into a socialist fairyland." Many of the projects continue to have a kindergarten color palette, and many of the buildings have a cartoonish form.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a choice then, I guess, which is like yeah, like very much like it's this like Soviet futurism thing, like that game Atomic Heart had very much like that as well, like very much like playgroundy looking things, and that was the typical like that Soviet futurism thing. You know what I mean? Like like how they were like, this is how the future will look like, well, it was very much like that, like colorful, soft, like yeah.
On the previous question of fishing, I believe we have a fishing farm at least.
And that there used to be a bridge. Is that like those pillars? That's from like
Yeah, or maybe a bridge that never got finished. Maybe they started building it and then aborted it. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure either. It's under construction, perhaps.
It's natural. Well, I mean, it's pastel, right? It's like, I mean, it's the same here. I know the rules in like the US and stuff like that, but if you own like a house and you're in like own like a villa and stuff like that, you're really only allowed to paint it in like pastel colors, right? You're not allowed to do like lime green house and stuff like that, Not anymore, no.
Yeah. How far are you outside of Pyongyang at this point?
I don't know the distance, but it took
couple hours.
several hours, yeah, to get there. I do, however, think that this is actually the last picture.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Did you notice any kind of like decline in building quality or living condition that you could tell as you got a couple hours outside of Pyongyang?
I mean, it's certainly not as fancy as the
It's not
capital.
as fancy, yeah.
But it's still not like it but because the pictures of the apartment and stuff, like, yeah, it looked rural, right? Like, but it was
But it didn't look
fine.
dilapidated
Yeah.
or under maintained. It didn't. Did you see a lot of people? It didn't seem like in a lot of those pictures there was a lot of people walking around. Did you see people outside in this area?
Yeah, we did.
Did they
There's a lot
seem
of
to
them
be
who were, like,
about the
working
same?
in the. Yeah, I would
They
say so.
seemed like they didn't seem like like they weren't wearing clothes or they hadn't been fed or anything like that. They seemed to be about the same physical stature and quality of clothing as the people in the city.
Yeah, just about.
Because
Yeah.
I know that there's like a ton of people that'll say like, "Oh, Pyongyang is just set up to like for the tourists to see it, or like they can show it, but it's not really like that outside." But you at least got a couple hours outside to see.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
country.
People may not have as clean clothing, for example, but it's they work with their farmers and stuff, so
Yeah.
it's understandable. A lot more bicycles in the country too.
Well, if that's the last, you said that's the last photo.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, how did you feel at the end of your trip? Like in terms of like the difference of when you stepped foot there and when you left. Like, what was like the transformation that you kind of went through in your perception of the country?
I mean, I guess it taught me a lot about how the media portrays things in the West, most of all.
Mm.
Would you say overall it was a good experience?
Yeah.
Would you go
Yeah, very
back?
much. Yeah, I've been thinking about it, but they still have the COVID lockdown right now. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Trying to think if I have any more have you kept up with so since you had been there for a while, do you keep up with the current events or anything like that? Like do you keep up with like Korean news more just because you feel like kind of an intimate connection since you were there?
not really, not any more than usual. But I keep in touch with with the group we went there too.
Have any of them been there since? Or did COVID pretty much make that impossible?
Yeah, I think COVID ruined that pretty much.
Oh, I heard something recently. Do you know about is it illegal for Americans to go there? I heard someone say the other day that Americans can't go. Not even because of the DPRK, but because of America. Like America won't let you go there. Is that true?
I mean, that's possible. But
Yeah, chat, look it up.
Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same thing with like Cuba?
Well, see, okay, so as somebody that's been to Cuba, I can talk about this a little bit. So Cuba, you can't say that you're going to Cuba for tourism. You have to say on your visa that you're going for person-to-person research. Or I was in school at the time for history, so I said, "Oh, I want to go for educational purposes." But if you apply for a visa with like tourism as the purpose, you will get rejected. So the United States technically does not allow recreational tourism to Cuba, but if you can kind of just like fudge it, which essentially anyone can as long as you know what to do, you could just say you're going there for the specific purpose that isn't tourism, and then you'll be allowed. I don't know if it's the same, but apparently James 22 is saying that U.S. banned Americans to travel there.
if I remember correctly, there were some Americans there.
But even if
They had to go through Canada, I think.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like, even if America says you can't go, if I show up in China at the DPRK, what is the DPRK not going to listen? Is going to listen to the United States? Yeah, fuck those guys. Come on in.
It's like they're gonna come and say, "Did Joe Biden really say you can come here? Did he really now?"
Wait, so if we have to go through Canada, we got to try and figure out how we're going to smuggle Pat into Canada.
We can probably go through China. I would just fly into China and then set it up from China.
Right.
Wait, you can't go to Canada?
I'm a convicted felon in the United States, so Canada is very, very difficult to even get tourist visas. with minor criminal charges.
Really?
Allegedly.
But I went to India. I went to multiple Latin American countries. I went to Cuba. I never had any problems anywhere, but I've just heard Canada is like super strict.
But like here, I mean, around Europe, like if you have a criminal record in Sweden, you can go like all to all the Schengen countries and stuff like that, I think, right? Without any problems. Like, you know, you don't even need a visa. It's like, but we don't have in Sweden, we don't have the, like, when you're done with like your sentence, right? Like it's gone, you know?
Yeah,
it's
well,
like,
you have,
yeah.
especially like the Scandinavian countries have like a far more humane and progressive view of how like prisons should be operate, or how restorative justice should be carried out. For like, you know, the freest country in the world, you know, we have the largest prison population. Our prison conditions are that of like a third world country in terms of like murders. And like, if you look at a German or a French or a Swedish jail cell compared to the hole that they throw you into in the United States, which actually is a beautiful segue into a fundraiser that I am going to be running here. So, Johnny, are you able to turn on the fundraiser now?
Yes, I am. And also, as somebody that works a lot with the U.S. prison population, it's fucking horrendous.
Yeah. So, you know, anybody here, you know, this is a leftist stream. This is a socially conscious stream. You know, we are, you know, aware, and we do oppose certain things like mass incarceration, and the results of mass incarceration being the stripping of certain rights: your right to vote, your right to certain education, your right to certain employment, your right to certain living conditions, and the essential like mass control that comes, and the criminalization of being low class as a result of this campaign of criminality. In the United States, we have the largest prison population, not only in total but also per capita, and the conditions within those prisons are very, very abhorrent and inhumane. Many times, it is difficult for people to even get things like educational materials or books. So, as part of a school project, but also just in terms of my own recreation and desire to contribute towards this issue, I'm running a fundraiser for books through bars. I have it up here. So we're doing here at Subversive History, we're doing a fundraiser for books through bars. This is sending free books to incarcerated people for over 30 years. They're actually talking about the situation that's going on in prisons in the United States as a new form of book burning, the way that they make it so difficult to get books in there. That it's a good thing that we have these independent organizations that are able to take that up. Also, there is many studies throughout modern history that show a positive rate on mental health and recidivism rates if a prisoner is actively reading and engaged in educational activities. So it's my goal here to try to raise money to contribute to this by April 24th is when the end of my semester is, and I'll be finishing this project. So if you look down now there in the bottom right of our Twitch stream here, you'll see a little thing that says donate to charity. This isn't going into my pocket or my bank account or anything like that. This is going to go directly to the charity that we discussed. So if anybody wants to support this great cause, please feel free to donate whatever you can, so that at the end of next month, or at the end of this month, I can give them some of your donations on our behalf. Also, I will be volunteering there in person over the next month, so I'll update more on that.
When you hit the donate charity button, it's right where normally there would be a subscribe button.
Yeah.
You can donate, $5, $1, or whatever amount you feel comfortable with, right? When you hit donate, we don't have anything to do with that. It'll go directly to them. So there's no handoff or anything. It'll go directly to that charity.
Huh.
What?
Sorry, yeah, I was going to bring that up at the end, but it seemed so perfect because we talked about being a felon and going to, and then talking about the differences between the prisons, and I was like, oh, well, actually, since we're talking about how shitty American prisons are, let's help some prisoners here.
Yeah, and look, fucking Sabotage Sword, he's also what looks like a convicted felon.
Hmm.
So,
Hey, is anyone else having
that's
a problem?
Swedish citizenship. You're in the U.S. with a Swedish citizenship. How did that happen?
fucking fine now. I don't know how your goofy country works.
I mean, no, you're allowed to have dual citizen. I'm just like,
Oh,
are
alright.
you Swedish living in the U.S. or is you citizen through something else?
Can somebody check the donation link for me? Because for me, it's saying that sorry, something seems to have
Yeah,
gone-
yeah. For me, it's same. It might just be temporarily for like.
It might be just because I just turned it on, so maybe
Yeah.
refresh your page and see if it works that way.
Maybe.
Okay, it's working now. Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
There we go.
There we
Yep,
go.
we're fundraising for books through bars. Yeah, awesome, cool. If anybody wants to pitch $1 or $2 into that, it would be. I can assure you, it's going to a good cause that I'll be personally involved in.
Nice.
I was born and raised in Sweden. My mom is Swedish and dad is American. Born in Falun, and then we moved to the U.S. about 10 years later.
Falun.
Like Falun Gong?
Is that a real place?
Yeah,
Uh,
Falun.
can
is
can,
first
can the
north.
Swedes with us verify that that's a real place? That's not a made up word.
Oh, that's a real place.
I'm kidding, Super Sword. I know
It's-
nothing about. I think we at some point we said that we believed that Helsinki was the capital of.
Yeah.
Fucking fine. I don't know. It's all the same to me.
Wow. Okay. Like,
What
you
about-
know, we'll be playful with the Norwegians and the Danish, but those Finnish Nazis, okay? Like, let's not.
I'm
I mean,
curious.
Suomi
Grom,
is like completely different from your language group, right?
yeah. it
Grom,
is.
you stream, right?
Yeah, I do stream.
Is
Well,
it-
I'm
Can is there ways to promote this donation thing like through other streams or anything like that, or is there? I didn't know if there's a way to like cross-platform this or something.
I don't know. I mean, I would have to set it up too. Then I
Oh
guess.
no. I mean, even if you just say
Um,
maybe like, hey, if you want to go check out, the Subversive
yeah.
History page, they have a charity going on. That would be cool.
Yeah, because like I've been on like a hiatus for
Right.
a long time, and I'm actually starting to stream politics again on Monday. So yeah. No, I'll shout it out. Like if
Cool, yeah, it'd be awesome.
Johnny, if you can remind me, if
I will.
if you're there on Monday. But yeah. No, for those who don't know, like I stream. I haven't streamed politics really since July, so it's been a while. But on Monday I'm going back to politics again. It would be 9 a.m. Eastern time or 3 p.m. Central European time.
Trying to get that top politics streamer.
Trying to get like consecutive left flank vets rates. Okay, like it pays off.
Aren't we all?
No, I used to stream at 2:00 my time, so we're just moving an hour later, and then
Gotcha.
yeah. Yep.
So Hjelmern, I've probably been like mispronouncing the fuck out of your name this entire time.
You have yes.
Yeah. All right. How is it pronounced?
Hjelmern.
Hjelmern. Okay.
The H is quiet.
Right.
Yeah.
So Hjelmern, is there like any organizations that you currently organize with in Sweden or anything like that?
I mean, I'm a member of Kommunistiska partiet.
The Communist Party, KP.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Is there anything that y'all are doing currently? Is there anything going on in Sweden that most of us Westerners would have no fucking idea about?
Not anything specific, honestly.
Gotcha.
Well, what are you doing? Like, because I'm not in the Communist Party in Sweden. Are you all like doing anything specifically around the NATO stuff?
I mean, there's a few like demonstrations coming up, for example, but those are mostly local. So
It's like so in Sweden, right? There's the second largest city is called Göteborg, That's where all the communists live. It's just kind of become like that's the like where the Communist Party is. So it just happened that like most communists just moved to that city, right? So it's like,
And it's
you
called
know,
Little Boy?
Göteborg, Gothenburg,
Yolta Boy.
Göteborg,
Yetta Boy.
Göteborg.
Yetta Boy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You know, and that's just all the communists move up there, and I'm further away from there, but then we have a Communist Party down here as well. So yeah.
So like it's not like, you know, of the organizations that we have out here like PSL or DSA or something. Like you guys are like an actual political party with like people that you can get like elected like as part of the party.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know, the Communist Party doesn't really focus on that. Like, you can technically vote for them; it's a wasted vote, essentially, right? Because it's like, you know, you need 4% to get over the threshold to even get any seats, and they won't reach that, and that's not really the focus of the Communist Party, right?
Right.
But there are like a few different ones. Like there's the Swedish Communist Party as well that I think is based in Malmö, close to where I live. And then there's this Communist Party that Hjelmern is in, that's based in Göteborg, which is like the biggest one, right? And then there's the Left Party, which is like they're social democratic. You would call them like democratic socialists and stuff like that. They're more left wing than like your like DSA and stuff like that, probably, you know. And they are like an offshoot of the Communist Party. Like they split from the Communist Party way back, and they are in electorally, right? Like they have like because we're proportionate voting in Sweden, so they have, I think, 11%
Are they
of the
Trotskyists?
votes. No, they're just sockdems, right?
Oh,
Like
even
they're
worse.
just sockdems, right?
Okay.
Like, yeah, like more like we have a social democratic party as well, but they are going very hard into neoliberalism, so you can't really call them social democrats anymore at this point. Like it's the Left Party is what the social democrats essentially used to be, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, we're gonna have you and Azure Scapegoat on
Next Friday.
and
Yeah.
you can describe at length about why social democracy, or like, you know, the Nordic model of socialism is unsustainable, doesn't work, and is an abject failure.
Oh yeah, it sucks. It's horrible. It's like it's one of, I mean, Hjelmern will say as well, it's like usually it's all these like, oh well, you know, socialism does work. Just look at Sweden and stuff like that. And I like about want to like lose my shit every time. It's
Oh,
like,
so Hjelmern doesn't agree with you.
no, Hjelmern does. Like, we
Okay,
both get it,
sorry.
right?
Okay,
Like when
right.
you're a Swedish person, like you know, a lot of people will be, oh well, you know.
A lot of the DSA types and Bernie bros in the United States that will like swear off like actually existing or previously existing communist or socialist projects will say, we don't want to do stuff like Cuba. We don't want to do stuff like China. We don't want to do stuff like the USSR. We mean like Sweden. That's what we want. We want to do like Norway. And they say that that's like the version of socialism that they are advocating.
I mean, what's funny with it too is because Cuba is one of those things that's warming up to even like sockdems at this point, right? Because they like where Cuba is now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they want to condemn how they got there, essentially.
Right.
And that's the problem, right? And it's essentially it's also like kind of a problem how the West kind of fetishizes a little bit like Cuba in a way, whereas like there's been many cases where like Cuba has had to take certain reforms, right, for the good of their country, but then Westerners are like, no, but this is my pretty little socialist paradise and I want them to stay pure and stuff like that. That becomes a problem, you know.
If you listen to Luna Oi, I don't know a lot about Vietnamese history in this context, but if you listen to Luna Oi, she states that following the Vietnam War, obviously the nation of Vietnam is absolutely decimated from this brutal war, almost genocidal in its consequence on Vietnam.
Much like the DPRK.
Much like the DPRK, which is followed by like U.S. instigated border wars with the Khmer Rouge, because as we know, Pol Pot was like working along with like Hillary Clinton. Correct? Is that almost like that? This was almost like a Western motivated like
Hill Dog?
Yeah, isn't that true?
I think that's a little before Hillary Clinton's time.
Who was it that they were working with?
Who?
The Khmer Rouge?
Yeah.
I think that would have been under.
That was Thatcher, Reagan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thatcher,
It's either Nixon. Wait, no, it would have been the 70s going. Yeah, because the Vietnam War ended in what, like 76, 77? No, 73, I think. Whatever. The point is that, yeah, this would have been either under fucking Ford, Carter, or Reagan would have been like the 80s.
No, it is. I mean, it is because Thatcher for sure, right? Thatcher did prop up the Khmer Rouge and stuff like that. So Thatcher was at the same time as Reagan, I'm pretty sure. So,
but definitely before, Hill Dog would have still been like in like local politics in like Arkansas or something.
I don't know where I got that idea from, but regardless, pretty much it put Vietnam in such a compromised position that when the IMF started dangling loans in front of it, they literally had no choice but to accept them. And when you accept IMF loans, what do you also accept, Johnny?
Structural settlement or structural resettlement.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
is like a form of like liberalizing your economy, doing away with certain social issues and things like that. So doing away with certain social programs. So I mean, it's like almost like the United States, creates chaos within and around a nation to the point where it's so economically desperate that it can then, with Western institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, can dangle these like desperately needed loans and Trojan horse in some favorable liberalization as well.
Also, don't forget the border wars between Vietnam and China.
Exactly.
I think this would have been.
I don't think that was as much Western instigated as the one with Cambodia was, as well as obviously the Western. That's why I didn't bring that up, was because I was talking about the ones that were like more Western instigated. But yes, obviously the border war with China also undoubtedly contributed to that as well.
Right. So, Hjelmern, Grom, what is your opinion? This is completely unrelated to what we were just talking about. Are you familiar with the dirty, fucking, filthy Canadian operated YouTube channel, Not Just Bikes? And what is your opinion of it if you are aware of them?
Not Just Bikes.
I'm not aware.
Okay.
I mean, we watched it on my streams a few times. It's like, I think he's all right, except he's obviously a liberal, right? And he's like has like a major hard-on for Holland, Netherlands, and Netherlands is like the most neoliberal hellhole of like all of Europe, right? But other than that, I mean, like, when it comes to just straight up like how to make more human kind of like stuff, then I don't see any problem with it,
Okay. No, I was just wondering because, I like you said, you always deal with Westerners or people not from like the Nordic region discussing like, how your economy is set up or how your public infrastructure is set up, right? And here we have an example of a Canadian that moved to, your region of the world and sees how much more well-designed your public infrastructure is.
Yeah. Like, I mean with that stuff, it's like, it falls into the same things, right? Like it's like, yes, there are things that are much better here. That it's just you can't get around that. It's like that the standard of living in Sweden, because of social democracy, is higher, right? Like, but we have to look deeper than that, right? Like it's not just about like, oh, well, we have our healthcare and stuff like that. Is first of all, is this sustainable, right? Like, is it really as good as advertised? Which is like, usually there are still people that fall through the cracks. You know what I mean? And
Right.
it's quite a lot of people. And surprise, surprise, in Europe, those people that fall through the cracks, it tends to be racially motivated, right? Like,
Mm.
so it's like, again, right? And it's just whether, like, do you get to keep these things, right? Like, you don't get to keep like any concessions you get. So it's like, when it comes to like him, like he goes there and he's like, he sees these things that are designed around like human, like people, right? Like it's not so much like, oh, we got to sell like a ton of cars, so we
Right.
got to build society around selling cars and the consumption around cars, right? No, it's more like, there is this human need thing, which is good, right? Now we are more about like, well, the way to properly explore and implement those things, you also need a human needs-based economy not underneath it, right? Because or else it's just like, it's like polishing a turd, you know what I mean, at the end of the day.
Right.
Hmm.
Let me just take care of this. Do, 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 do.
Oh damn.
Okay,
Yeah.
now that that's taken care of. Yeah, I wish that like StreamYard would like also delete stuff the same way that like it deletes it in Twitch or OBS, but whatever. Trying to think like what else. Pat, do you have any other like questions or anything or?
No, I think I asked like a ton of questions throughout like the entire process. So I think I was pretty. I think my interrogation was pretty extensive throughout all that.
No, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, I had Hjelmern. We went through this whole caboodle on my stream like a year ago, I think, and
Yeah.
it's very interesting. I mean, it's just, I had a lot of, I mean, it's the same things with how did you manage to take pictures? Because there's so much stuff that is just like, you try to
Right.
be immune to the propaganda, right? But it's like, it's still there somehow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, it just makes you realize that
Right.
like,
And it's still even in a country like Sweden, like it's like prominent there too.
Oh, I mean, I don't know who I was telling this before, right? But when it comes to like Sweden, it's like, it's like social democracy is the most efficient anti-communist thing that exists, like for the
Mhm.
first world, right? Like, and like what it does is essentially makes the whole discussion around revolution, radicalism, and stuff like that just like a moot thing, right? Like, people say, oh, well, we have all these like benefits and stuff like that, so we're closer to socialism, right? We're further away, right? We're fully bought
Uh-oh.
on, right? Like,
Oh, there you are.
Hmm?
Right.
No, you blacked out. You froze for a second, but you're good.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I mean, we're bought off, right? Like, you have actual movements and stuff like that. Like, all our kind of organizing structures have been co-opted, right? Our labor unions are tied to the social democratic parties. They don't even have like worker democracy in the unions anymore because it's ruled from the party, right?
Right.
Essentially, so all these things have already been defeated, right? And to some extent, like, like, I mean, Hjelmern's in the Communist Party, but it's like there is like, my criticism of it is like, they seem to focus on like a Sweden that doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, especially surrounding like, because we are a deindustrialized country, right? Like, there is no factory workers here anymore,
Right.
So So yeah, and I mean, Hjelmern will know more about that, right? Like because Hjelmern is actually in and like goes to meetings and stuff like that. So I don't know what their strategies are at the moment, but like I have been like loosely like adjacent, and it's just been a lot of like the usual handing out pamphlets and just studying theory and stuff like that. And it's one of those things where it's like we need to learn from like the anarchists a little bit more, like to go out and do shit, you know.
Right. Yeah.
But Hjelmern knows more about that. So I don't know if you want to like what you guys do in KP right now.
I mean, you have a lot of good points, and it's also that. So there's plenty of criticism to be had against party and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, after spending some years in the autonomous left, it's still the preferable option for me.
Yeah, I mean, and it will be for me as well. Like, I think because it's just not like you have to kind of like go with what exists, right? Because I think that's where a lot of places go wrong. It's like, oh, it doesn't exactly fit what you think, so you start your own, and then you just end up having these little shit organizations all over the place. It's like you have
Right.
to work from within the frameworks. It's like even like what we talked about before, it's like organizing in itself is the important part. Like, so if you have to organize through your fucking church, then do it, right? If you have the possibility to do that, do it, right? Like because it's like it doesn't matter where it is essentially, right? Like just as
Right.
long as you have like a base from where to organize, right? Then you can take it a direction with utilizing as much as you can from existing organizations and so on, right? Or else you just get all this like, well, we don't agree with them, so we're gonna make our own and put another, you know,
Been there, done that.
yeah, and another letter in our name. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
so
I've organized with a number of different organizations that have varying degrees of national organization or local organization. I was with like the DSA for a number of years. I was a national delegate twice. I was with no idea what the fuck I was doing and had literally like zero. I should not have been allowed to be able to do that. I should not have been allowed to be able to be as new as I was, as undereducated as I was, and be able to represent my, local organization to such a degree, right? I have tried, organizing with the PSL at one point. I was in like the general organization, the Maryland Buck Brigade, with like the new African Black Panther Party. I tried that briefly. That was a fucking disaster. I have even been part of just a local New Jersey organization with no national attachment to anything, and doing like local organizing and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I'm kind of burnt out from organizing, and we don't really, favor any one organization over the other, right, Pat?
No, I have very little experience in like any like IRL organizing.
Right, but I cannot stress enough, at least for me, I agree with you, Grom, that like whatever exists in your local neighborhood that's out there and actively doing stuff, even if it politically, right, to some extent, like it's not like a pure communist party or something, or like they're all anarchists and like,
I volunteered at an anarchist bookstore for like 2 years because it was a place that took a lot of its funds and gave it to needy people around Philadelphia. And like, even though it was a nominally anarchist bookstore, it sold Huey Newton, it sold Fred Hampton, it sold Gramsci. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of good books in there that like
Stalin.
No Stalin. No Stalin. They had black shirts and reds in there.
Yeah. Well, that's something.
Do you remember the first time we walked in there before you started organizing there or working there? And yeah, when we first walked in, I was like, "Hey, do you have any books by Michael Parenti?" And they literally just like looked at me weird, like, "Who?
Who? Don't you mean Chomsky?"
Or do you have this? Do you have any books by this guy here?
I don't think so.
Handsome devil.
Good now.
Talent fella.
Also, is that a sharp tattoo on your hand, Hjelmern?
Yeah, it is.
Hell yeah, man.
Oh, nice. Trojan Records. Is that the Trojan Records guy?
I mean, it's that simple originally. Yeah.
You into a lot of reggae, Hjelmern?
No,
Mostly Oi.
just kiddo stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
Have you ever heard of the
Hjelmern
band Vanilla Muffins?
That's that was my introduction to communism. When I was a kid, I grew up with a very American westernized view of what communism was, which is essentially that it's just like totalitarian concentration camp society. And when I went to my first punk shows when I was like 13, 14 years old is the first time that I saw Hammer and Sickles in any positive context ever in my life. And it was like a portion of the skinhead guys that would go to there was some like rash skins that would go around and they would have that. And it was the first time in my life where I was like, is that like maybe a good thing? Because I know that this place like hates Nazis. I know if you had like something like bad, like a swastika, that there would be like some kind of a violent reaction to that. But it seems like everybody's very happy with these guys with the hammer and sickles here. And it was like the first time in my head where I was like, oh, is this maybe something different than what I thought it was?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, so the chat is asking for the Grom tattoo as well.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Have you done anything more to it? Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was on your knee.
No.
Yeah.
You do that on yourself?
Yeah.
It's my logo. It's the Gromlin guy. You know,
It's amazing.
it's like it was just showed up in my Discord. So look what I did. I was like, oh. What have you done? So yeah, it's the little funny man or gromlin as it's called. It's the little guy.
The little funny man.
Yeah. So yeah. No, I mean, yeah. You got the on his back. Is that the AKs, the Bader Meinhof Brigade on your back, and
Yeah.
and NKVD and stuff like that. So.
Wait, have you ever heard of the band Botter Brains?
No, I can't say.
Damn. They're also a really great.
Oh,
hell
there we
yeah!
go.
I got
wow.
that shit right here.
On the wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fucking Botter Brains. They're fucking amazing. They're long gone by now. I think like the singer guitarist has died, but they were like a great band, very politically motivated band. I think they were also part of this other band that was like, please inform the captain this is a hijacking.
That was the band name.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's dope. Yeah. No, it's yeah. I don't have any tattoos. I've been overweight. I was always like, I wanted to get tattoos, so I was like, I gotta get skinny first.
What? No, dude, you've got like a perfect canvas right there, man.
Yeah, but I'm literally doing like the liquid diet for weight loss surgery, so I probably shouldn't.
All right,
do
fine.
tattoos right now.
Fine.
I don't have any political. I don't have any. Oh, the only political tattoo that
What?
I said the only political tattoo that I have is on my thigh. I'm not going to show it right now, but I'll show you the symbol. Because
it's a swastika, isn't it, Pat?
It's a swastika. So when I was in Guatemala, I spent time at
oh damn, yeah.
At it was like a cultural center and also a cultural center and an English language school, Spanish school for like people that wanted to come and learn Spanish. And I saw one of the unions that they have, which is the Committee de Unidad Campesina, which is a farmers union. And this was the symbol that they had. It's like a red triangle with a yellow star. It's a CUC, and then it's got a piece of corn with a machete and a hoe on it. So later in that trip, I was in another part of Guatemala, and I ended up in a tattoo shop. Let me just show you. I want to show you this. Hold on. I ended up in a tattoo shop, and it was a tattoo shop that was attached to the guy's house. And both guys that worked at the shop were both deportees from the United States. Both of them were from Guatemalan born, but lived in the United States in California. And both of them were arrested on felony charges and got deported. So now they both lived in Guatemala, working at this tattoo shop. So I got tattooed by them there. Hold on. Here, look, here's a picture of them. Let me not dox myself, but let me
Pat, every stream, it's like one screen share away from just doxing himself every time.
It'll happen. It'll happen eventually. It's just unless you change the protocol, it'll happen.
This is me in Guatemala with my friends that I made at the tattoo shop. This is the guy on the right. His name's Junior. He's the one that tattooed my the CUC symbol on my thigh. So he actually applied the stencil to me with deodorant because he learned how to tattoo in prison. So even at this professional shop in Guatemala, he still used pen, paper, and a deodorant stick to stick the ink to my thigh and tattooed it on that way.
Oh wow.
A friend of mine that may or may not be in this chat also has the same tattoo. We both got it that night in Guatemala.
So Pat, what about the dove tattoo?
The one on my face?
Yeah.
What about
is that political at all?
No.
I always thought it was. I don't know why.
See, Johnny, like when we were in Left Flank Vets, Johnny was like, "Oh, Pat has like a dove tattoo on his face," and everybody was like, "What?" Like nobody saw it until Johnny mentioned it.
Did you know about it?
Me? No.
Yeah. You didn't know either?
Like I couldn't see it. Like it's like if you're not looking for it, like in the camera, like you won't notice it. Like it's like because you're not looking for a tattoo there. You know what I mean? And you kind of sit with your face like a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, the way it's set up is I'm usually like this because this is like the screen. But when I'm over here,
it's right there.
It depends.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, are you wearing a Kim Jong-un shirt? I just noticed that. I was like, he was in there with like props the whole time.
Yeah, whole time.
Damn, nice. Very nice.
We're gonna be best friends.
I'll probably throw another one up on my face one of these days. I don't know.
What are you gonna get?
Well, I have the one here, and I was thinking about doing another one here, like on my temple, like one up here in this corner, and like one here in this temple. But I don't know. It would be like a little symbol type thing of some kind. I don't know. When something speaks to me.
The Juche symbol.
Chin.
Yeah, I don't think I would get that.
You're not gonna keep it symmetrical and get the other side of the forehead?
No, I don't like this. I don't like that symmetry. I would rather drop it down to the temple on this side, and have like one up and then one down on the temple.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until I have like a job that I don't have to worry about that at all, and then I'll do something like that.
The way I looked at it was that once I got like my hands tattooed and stuff, that like I was already in that out of running for those jobs. So it's almost like if you it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy or something like that, where like once you do it, you just don't have a choice. So you're gonna make it work. You're gonna make it work regardless. So it's like you get in where you fit in.
Yeah.
All right. So Has a New Bookshelf is asking, do people in the DPRK wear deodorant or cologne?
I have no idea.
You didn't go up and smell people?
No.
You weren't sniffing around like.
I have ruined my sense of smelling. I have no idea.
I have no fucking idea, Sam. I got this from my old roommate for like a Christmas gift or whatever. I don't know, like that. People like family members and friends just kind of give me commie-related bullshit now for gifts. Like my sister got me.
wish.
My sister got me a T-shirt with a giant hammer and sickle on it that says "Your friendly neighborhood communist."
Yeah. My dad thinks I'm in a cult. He legit thinks I'm in a cult.
That's
I don't
awesome.
wear like communist like stuff.
This is the only thing really. I have two of these, like, because they came two of them, right? so like I have two of these, but like I never had any like communisty stuff, right? Because I was always broke. You know.
Oh, that would be cool. Actually, it's funny that you bring that up, Wilco. I was actually literally just this got recommended to me in one of my like in my things, and I was about to buy this shirt.
Oh, that is fucking tight. I want that.
That's a super cool shirt. So
I still have a couple shirts from fucking when I was in the New African Black Panther Party.
but yeah, the Panther would be an awesome tattoo for sure. I wouldn't get it personally just because like obvious reasons, but I would wear this shirt though. I would definitely wear the free food program shirt.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to go probably.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Thanks for hanging out with us for
Yes.
as long as you did, and I sincerely appreciate you breaking down that with us. Maybe, you know, there'd be another topic sometime in the future that you may be interested in discussing with us. So we'll keep that in mind. It was really awesome having you on.
I guess we can get to the other parts some of the time.
Oh,
Wait,
is there
was
other parts?
parts?
No, I mean the document, the democracy and
Yeah.
Oh, let's try to do that like next month or something. I saw that document. I didn't know that if we were supposed to be going like through it like that. But if you want to do another stream, like we'll set it up in a month or something like that, where we can go. You can go through that document with us. I'm down for that.
No, I had it set up. I completely forgot about it because I was waiting for you to bring it up. I guess I don't.
We
fucking
had
know.
a pleasant time. Okay,
Don't worry.
you know.
All right, I'm sorry. But thank you again so much, Hjelmern, for coming on and dealing with our dumbasses asking a bunch of goofy questions.
it was my pleasure.
So what?
All right.
Right.
Well, so
Go
long,
ahead.
man.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good one. You too.
Sam, you said you have this a Che shirt here. Hold on, check this out.
He's gonna show you the Che tattoo on his ass.
The Che tattoo. You know, Hjelmern's dope. I've known him for a very long time. We've actually never met. It's all been over the internet. Like he lives.
Don't you
further
live
up
in the same country?
Yeah, we do, but it's like, you know, like 4 hours away from me. So it's
That's
like,
it.
It's still, you know.
I really don't like do like a lot of the what's it called? Kind of like, you know, symbolism or, you know, like deification of like certain individuals. But I came across this in Guatemala when I was in a pretty like rural part of Guatemala. It was actually a hand paint. It was a guy had a little shop with just a ton of these types of paintings. And just because I was in like the Guatemalan countryside and like you know, this indigenous Guatemalan guy painted this, I was like, all right, I'll buy that one. So this one's hung up in my house, but that's all I really have.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I had so with my stream, like I didn't have a camera when I started. So the little funny man was like my placeholder, right? And I used to put like hats on them, and one of them is the Ushanka. So I wanted to get the Ushanka for when I got the camera to have on stream. But don't have anything except for this, my precious flag.
I can't believe that it's a Saturday afternoon. I guess it's just too nice out. There's nobody on because I've literally just been kind of like just letting this linger, right? Because like, you know, we're out of ideas, we're out of content. Hjelmern with it, and you know, we have a couple people in here. I would want to raid into somebody, but $27 just came on.
There's Silver Spook.
Oh yeah, No, Sam always tells me we should raid into him. Is he live? Because a couple times I've gone into his, and I think it's just, it's like a recording or something. I don't know if it's live or not.
No, it's I think it's live. They're doing some kind of talk. Yeah, Silver Spook is an indigenous comrade in Hawaii.
So they're
it's like-
Kanoka Maoli?
Yeah, game developer as well. Made Neofeud,
Okay.
which is on Steam. If you want to support Comrade in Hawaii, just check out Neofeud.
Support the Hawaiian Comrade. Support the Kanoka Maoli. Download it if you got a couple extra bucks and you're bored and you've played Disco Elysium too many times.
And a mod for Deus Ex also made a game, the Decolonizer with Luna Oi. So Luna Oi voices the character in the game.
That's fucking awesome. All right, so I think we're gonna raid out to.
Also, just one last time, just want to plug the donation one more time.
Yes.
Books Through Bars, getting prisoners to getting books to prisoners that otherwise would not have the means to obtain them. If you would like to sponsor a book to a prisoner, effectively, is prisoner an antiquated term? Like, should you say incarcerated person or?
Yeah, that's probably better. You know,
So if you want to sponsor a book for an incarcerated person, just hit the link below. I'm sure any like $1 or $5 donation would go a long way to getting the books in the hands of people that are possibly in the most marginalized fringes of our society.
yes, and they most certainly are. All right, so Grom, Friday, right?
Yeah. Well, it should be. I mean,
Should be. Tentatively.
I'll let you know when it gets closer because like Isher is sometimes busy, but so far there hasn't been anything that's come up. Right, I'll let you know in good time.
Wait, Ross, what link are you talking about, Ross? All right, so you'll let us know in due good time.
But we
Grom.
will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
You know, I know we had a little bit of a schedule change. We usually stream Fridays. We're here on a Saturday. That was to accommodate our friend in this special discussion that we had today. But we will be back on regular schedule tomorrow, picking up, going off through another section of Killing Hope, which will be specifically covering the Iran section. We're not doing multiple section because I feel like the Iranian coup against Mohammad Mossadegh is extremely important. So we're going to be focusing on that centrally.
Wait, so we are going over Iran tomorrow?
Yeah, what else would we be doing?
Well, I'm trying to get a guy for it.
You never got back to me about it.
I fucking reached out to him. I'm just waiting for him to get back to us. Oh, wait,
damn.
no, we did not play the Gucci Gang Lil Pump Gucci Gang parody, but
We played it last time.
Yeah, we did.
We did play that last week though.
And thank you, Wilco, for the donation to Books Through Bars.
Oh shit, awesome. Thank you so much. The first donation, everybody. Wilco coming in with the dono. Thank you so much.
Yeah, is this like yeah? We'll see. I'll shout it out when I stream. I will be streaming on Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern time for you Americans, and 3 p.m. Central European time on Monday. Politics, just little like my streams are not very planned out. It's mostly like watching stuff and then like talking about stuff and loose form, bullshittery, but yep.
Hey, Subutai Sword. I had done 4 separate county bids in New Jersey, in Camden County, New Jersey, but I never went to prison.
You guys have trustworthy faces. So yeah, also Wednesday, we will be having another guest to go over the chapter on Peru. And I think we're gonna skip over the Iran chapter for now. And
I already did so much, but that's fine. It'll just So wait. So do you want to just do Guatemala tomorrow? Because I already have Guatemala aced.
Yeah,
I
so that's
can-
what I'm saying. Yeah. Do
Well, then
feel-
fine. Forget everything I fucking said about Iran.
Okay.
Guatemala, it is. Guatemala. We're talking about Guatemala.
I think it'll be worth it to have this guest on. He's really good.
Well,
You
he
know,
hasn't answered us.
I know. But like when he does, it'll be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so just to put it out, like I never did very long in county. Like I never did any 364s or anything like that. But you know, I got my felony when I was 19, and I am a white kid from the suburbs, in a extremely you know, inner city area where I got arrested at in Camden. So there was like a far greater amount of privilege that was afforded to me. You know, in many of my county stays, I was ROR'd, which is released on my own recognizance very quickly. You know, I would be doing time in county waiting for my court date, and I would be showing other black individuals who I was sharing the cell with my green sheets, which is like my papers that say my charges, and they were all certain that I was going to be doing 2 years or more for a lot of the charges that I got. And then I would effectively like have a lawyer come in, and I would get like 2 years of probation with a suspended sentence and things like that, like things that you know, things that like my privilege probably afforded me in certain ways that many of the other more marginalized individuals who I shared those cells with would end up with much more severe punishments for the crimes that I was convicted of. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to also be involved with this organization, because, you know, while my privilege had sheltered me from a lot of the most severe consequences of my behavior, there are many, many individuals who are not so fortunate.
All right. So I think that's the plan for this coming week. We'll see you all tomorrow, 6 p.m. EST, like normal.
Yep.
And yeah, we really hope to see you all Wednesday, you know, for our guest when we go over Peru. And then next Friday, we're going to have Grom back on with Azure Scapegoat, tentatively. And we're going to talk a lot about, you know, social democracy and all that other jazz. All right.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we're going to be raiding into Silver Spook. Sorry, David. You know, like I'll get Rob to raid into it later in the week. Because like we're never like on the same time frame as like when he's hopping off. But
right.
Thank you again, Grom, for hooking this up.
Yeah, Grom, you're the man. Thank you so much for being
problem.
here.
Yeah,
And
thanks for
obviously
having me. And
we'll be seeing you very soon. So
Yeah.
looking forward to your reoccurring appearances with us.
you too.
All right, later, everybody. See you soon.
Wa salam. Stay strong out there.
Wa salam.
Peace.
Dave being cool about it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, David probably doesn't realize this, but every time I'm in Rob Rousseau's chat,
You're like,
raid
Dave.
Like, raid David Tavares. Raid David
Yeah,
Tavares.
yeah.
You should raid David.
I mean, he's doing great. He is.
How do you think that went? You think that went pretty good?
Yeah. It went,
Your friend's a little hard to